the Pioneer. 3 hours remaining until orbit. Hearing that, I could hardly keep calm, spending months careening through dead space with no communication beyond my ship's AI drove me to the brink of insanity, even though I spent the past few years training for exactly this. There wasn't even a guarantee there would be any actual life at my destination, but I would be content talking to a rock at this point. Humanity was relying on people like me to be the pioneers of exoplanet colonization. My job was to determine the hostility of a candidate planet and take the measures necessary to quell those hostilities for the colony ship scheduled to arrive a few years from now. In the case of sapients, I am to initially try communicating with them to establish friendly relations, but I was armed to the ends of my hairs if things didn't go right. There are fewer natural organic parts in my body than implants and mods. Military-grade ferrous flesh skin surrounding trauma-reactive nanopiston muscles meant I could walk off a tank shell, no problem. My bones, I don't even know what they're made of. Those Jupiter big wigs keep that stuff more protected than Coca-Cola. Yeah, still a thing. But they were stronger than any alloy you could think of and somehow repaired themselves. Most of my body did, given enough time and sunlight or heat, but I'd still die if I got cut up into a million little pieces, maybe. Hasn't been tested much, and my departure was a bit rushed in the grand scheme of things. 2 hours remaining until orbit. Time really flies when you have no frame of reference. I could barely see the planet out the one window in my ship. According to scans, it was a fair bit smaller than Earth, maybe more Venus-sized, and the surface was about 50% water, though land and water were spread pretty evenly. The atmosphere was thin, but still habitable with some machine aid. Nothing I would have a problem with since my lungs have been replaced with the equivalent of air compressors. Calling the trip here unfairly harsh would be quite the understatement. As far as the Sol System Republic of Humanity was concerned, FTL drives like the ones you read about in fictional novels online were exactly that. Fiction. There's no magic button that speeds you up to light speed in an instant, not without ripping you apart first. We figured out warp technology, but that required both a sender and receiver and insane precision to stop the package from turning into a fine powder. Calibration being off by even a few microns was a catastrophic failure, delegating warp tech to moving goods and resources between specialized warp space stations that were devoid of vibrations. The trip consisted of accelerating at full speed for half the distance and then decelerating for the other half to avoid being turned into soup. The first month was definitely the hardest. Even if top-of-the-line muffling tech could completely mute the engine, not much could be done about the vibrations that it caused. I did eventually get used to it, but I haven't had a moment of stillness the entire flight and was close to shattering the glass and swimming the rest of the way to the planet. I'm not actually that desperate, though. 1 hour until stable orbit. Sensor range has been reached. The first thing I noticed was the presence of an internet. I don't know how many emotions went through me at that moment, or how many more it would have been if my brain wasn't numbed from the trip, but I was stunned for at least a minute. Advanced, sapient life. The chances of there being any life outside of germs and moss were so insanely small that mentioning the chance of sapience was pointless, since the numbers don't even sound like real language. But advanced civilization with electricity and transmitted communication. And scanners just picked up a few signals on the moons of the planet. I couldn't contain myself. I was supposed to put the ship under cloak, wait for the AI to give me a rundown on the alien etiquette, and take things slowly for the best first impression. Instead, I had the AI enable translators and plug me into the best match for what could be considered the world leader. I wasn't aware that the AI interpreted my excited command as video communication, or that I had the biggest grin on my face that I've had in all of my spacefaring deliriousness.
Ma'am, the foreign vessel is contacting us. It's a video communication. Every hair on my body stood on end. I had just been elected the planet's leader a couple of weeks ago, and now I'm in charge of the third extraterrestrial contact in our history. I was part of the decision-making committee when the first two happened, but I'd never been present during the actual contacts. Only having seen recordings and attended decisions on exopolicy. I've always been in favor of the friendly, open relations party, which has been the majority due to the kind nature of the other two races that made contact with us. Trade routes and exchanges of technology were always followed by an economic boom and a golden age of development. Maybe this was the opportunity to cement myself as one of the great leaders in history. I could already see the headlines. Planet Governor Destra Sind leads successful relations with new off-worlder species and the like. After a few seconds of psyching myself up, I gave a command that I immediately regretted with all of my being. Patch them through. The only way to describe them would be demon. Front-facing eyes with circular centers that had glowing red and green rings around them. The voids in their centers seemed to shoot past any facade of bravery I put up and scrutinized my deepest thoughts of fear and regret. If it was just that, I wouldn't want to curl up into a ball and forget that I had any sort of obligation to talk to this thing. One of the species my planet had relations with also had scary eyes, but they were naturally kind and honestly didn't pose much of a threat, even if no one said it out loud. But no, that unfortunately couldn't be the end of it. This thing had its teeth on full display. They didn't look like any teeth I had seen before, even on the most ferocious predators my planet had to offer. I stared dazedly at the shiny, metallic-looking tools of murder for a few seconds before my thoughts came back to me. Was it angry? Did I do something wrong already? Maybe the way I was postured, leaning forward at the edge of my seat, was seen as a sign of aggression or insult. Maybe I reminded it of something, like the unfortunate prey on its home planet. We Meldron had been at the bottom of the food chain for a good chunk of our evolutionary history, so I wouldn't be surprised if I looked reminiscent of some weak species. My heart dropped even further than I thought possible, filling me with a debilitating sense of dread as the demon opened its mouth and spoke. "Oh, you're kinda cute."
Neurons fire off by the billions. Information flows from input organs to the brain at blistering speeds. Thoughts form in a mere trillionth of a second, reaction speeds that put conventional computers to shame, working in perfect harmony to create a monster of mind. I am the cutting edge of humanity. Hundreds of billions of humans sifted through for a specific set of traits and capabilities. Only a couple thousand or so met the requirements that the Sol Republic had set. I signed up to be a pioneer thinking that a few years off my life to secure retirement in my 20s was the best deal anyone could get. Oh, you're kinda cute. It doesn't matter how fast my brain could go if I don't fucking use it. I could make up hundreds of excuses right now. My emotions are still numbed for the trip. I haven't had any interaction with a living being for months. The feds should have known what they were getting when they asked for antisocial geniuses that could deal with being alone. The list goes on. None of these mattered because in the grand scheme of things, I was the solution for the home system's overpopulation, and I was trained for years so that I can at least act like it. And now I've gone and smashed my nose in on the very first sentence. I mean, it was definitely some sort of cruel joke. Back when I lived on Triton, one of Neptune's moons, I kept a few mice as pets. It got pretty lonely on a rock in the Outer 3 area that was just around 30 Kelvin above absolute zero. And this person that I just got slightly startled by, not expecting a video feed, looked pretty damn close to a mouse. Shorter nose, bigger eyes, smaller ears compared to a normal mouse's proportions, shock-white fur, and draped in reflective golden robes. Words came out before anything was thought through, and now I have to dig myself out of a hole. What if these mice people, Meldron, according to the data dump my AI provided, were cruel and sadistic warlords that would interpret my loose remark as an insult? Well, it's not like that train of thought would get me anywhere since the answer would always lead to hostile takeover. But I should still try to salvage this as much as possible. Maybe just pretend that nothing happened and act normally?
The stress is causing hallucinations. Yep, there is no other explanation. It was just my brain tricking me to stop me from hearing what might have just been a declaration of war. This thing, enough to give adults nightmares for months, opened a video communication and bared its teeth on full display as a first contact, and then attempted to compliment me? Maybe I just wasn't fit for office, if merely staring into death itself and being crushed by despair was enough to cause me hallucinations. One of my secretaries, Millie, was fortunately outside of view of the camera when she fell to the ground with a startling thump. That definitely got caught in the audio. My other secretary, Dana, who did happen to be in view of the camera, had frozen solid. He wasn't even breathing anymore. Oh my God, did he die of shock? My train of thought was abruptly vaporized when the demon started talking again. "Greetings, Governor. My name is Dominique Reynolds, and I serve as an envoy for the Sol System Republic of Humanity. I come in search of friendly relations." Is it just going to brush over the first remark? Okay, fine by me. Not like I was going to challenge the demon on anything. Friendly relations? So it was the cruel type, huh? The type that waited in excruciating anticipation as it lulled its victim into a sense of security and trust right before pouncing, ripping meat off the bones and savoring the gurgling attempts at screaming. I wanted to run away, hide in some closet and just wait it out. As far as I know, the wrong word was enough to cause an invasion if it wasn't guaranteed already. Scanners picked up just the one ship, a bit oversized for a civilian transport ship, but may have been average for their kind. But there has never been a foreign affair delegation consisting of just one ship. Maybe the rest were staying just outside of scanner range, or maybe they had some advanced cloaking technology and were already surrounding the planet, patient for the perfect moment to strike. I couldn't bring myself to respond. I'm not even sure if I still had control over my body, but I had to get something out. Anything. Not even acknowledging them is probably the worst thing I could do. Come on, Destra. You are the leader of the entire damn planet. This is your job, so do it. Squeak. The demon does something with its face. It contorts, bends, the mouth makes an arc and the eyes grow wide, and then it makes a sound unlike anything I've ever heard. Like the air is being squeezed out of it repeatedly. If I heard that sound normally, I would connect it to someone being repeatedly stomped in the chest. But the demon was making this sound with what seemed like a demented mockery of a smile, its teeth peeking from behind its lips. Is everything okay, Governor? Under no circumstance was anything okay, and the demon definitely knew that. As a matter of fact, it was the cause of everything not being okay. I was about to burst at the seams with stress. My secretaries had been incapacitated by just the look of this thing. There was a very real chance that my people were minutes away from being wiped from the planet. And there was the chance that everything hung on my words or that anything I said was simply entertainment for the demon before it pulled the trigger. I'm fine. It was a miracle that I could form coherent words. If my race somehow survived, tales of my bravery at this moment would be immortalized in song and story. That is a very big if, however. My most important goal right now is to try to appeal to the demon and save my race no matter the method. Surrender. What? I surrender, okay? It felt like I had just jumped from a high-rise. A sense of weightlessness overtook me as I realized what I had just done. I raised my voice. Me. The hapless victim left to the whims of this demon. When you jump off a building, the sense of weightlessness is quickly followed by turning into a bright yellow stain on the pavement. All I can hope for is that the impact only affects me at this point. Bracing myself for... I think there has been a misunderstanding.
Objectively speaking, the direction that this exchange had taken made my mission a lot easier to execute. The grand leader of the Meldron was acting like a complete pushover, and I'm sure I could sign a wicked deal if I applied a bit of pressure. The moons on the origin planet were no-brainers, being the ideal distance from the sun and all that. There was also a gas giant in the local system that we would gladly exploit, and the Meldron would be none the wiser since they mainly stayed on the home world instead of expanding to other celestial bodies. Honestly speaking, the governor of the planet was terrified, and it worried me. The data dump informed me that the Meldron had interacted with other extraterrestrials, meaning humanity was late to the party, and the governor acting like this made me think that those others might have been less than friendly. If everything went well, other pioneers would find those planets and take care of the problem before it turned towards us. Selfishly speaking, I wanted to get the hell off this ship and onto the ground. The ship was just finishing the orbit burn, and I'd be passing over the governor's building in a few minutes, so it was the perfect time to jump down. I'll ask for permission, but I'm going down there whether I get it or not. I'd prefer if we could continue this discussion face-to-face. The trip here has been a bit rough. Do I have permission for Planetfall? Maybe that was a bit pushy. I did feel bad for imposing myself, but I'm losing both patience and time before the landing window. A moment passed before I got a response. Yes, then we should send a shuttle to you? That won't be necessary, and I'll be making sure it doesn't happen. Last thing I want is some alien vessel near my ship. This thing, as much as I was fed up with it, was my lifeline, and I would not be putting it in any sort of harm's way. I'll be coming directly to you. The governor let out another squeak before nodding and closing the call. I grabbed a supply pack, stepped into an ejection pod, which was really just a coffin-shaped heat shield with a set of jets to slow my fall, and began the countdown. Please come back safely. The ship's AI was made to mimic a real person. I knew deep inside that there wasn't any actual emotion behind that request, but it still gave me a sense of obligation. It was really the only thing that kept me sane during the trip. After talking to it for a few weeks, I started noticing patterns in its responses and could predict what it would say with some success. But after a month or two, when I forgot how to count time and spent my waking hours worried if I was even moving or not. I've always prided myself in being headstrong, but the AI was the only thing that pulled me back from stepping out the airlock to check if it wasn't all just a dream. Falling down to a planet after months of mostly weightlessness was jarring even with all my implants. It wasn't as bad as if I had been falling towards Earth per se, thanks to the slightly lower gravity and thinner atmosphere, but it definitely wasn't comfortable. The heat shield had served its purpose and was discarded, leaving only the set of jets attached to my back. These things had enough juice to bring me back up to my ship the next time it circled around, so it's not like I was stranded. The view was absolutely breathtaking. The governor's building was a massive red, white, and gold marble mansion with an open court in the center. Quartz roads spread out from the entrance like tendrils, covering the acres of trimmed gardens and fountains in front. If anything, these Meldron knew how to be fancy. I spotted a trio of them in front of the main entrance, though none of them looked like the governor. Upon landing and finally getting a good look at these Meldron, the first thing I realized just how short they are. I was average height for a Tritonian at exactly 2 meters tall, and these people were maybe half my size. While their heads and bodies looked like those of mice, they walked on 2 legs and had 6 fingers in each hand. Their body proportions were pretty close to those of a human, and their mouths featured a full set of flat teeth instead of the buck teeth that mice had. They wore robes of different colors on top of traditional clothing, maybe signifying rank. I stood up straight and stretched my hardest stretch yet, breathing in the slightly sweet-smelling air. For the first time in months, I stood still and felt a moment of true silence. No thruster shaking me without end, no status reports or small talk from my ship's AI, no beeping and whirring of the countless systems built into the walls. It was midday right now, and feeling the sun on my skin, unobstructed by a meter-thick window, gave an indescribable sense of warmth. The phytocells in my skin that could get me classified as a plant finally started working again after the months inside the ship, giving me a new sense of energy and uplifting my spirits. Snapping back to reality, my enhanced vision immediately noticed the governor looking at me from behind a tinted window in the mansion. Seems like they're still terrified. I sure hope I can show that my priority is peaceful negotiation. I brought my attention back to the 3 Meldron waiting near the main entrance. They were talking amongst themselves. My heightened hearing picked up that they were still figuring out how to address me. Considering their behavior so far, I decided to let them come and greet me when they're ready. It's not like I was in a rush. I could happily stand here for the next couple hours just soaking in the atmosphere.
It really was the worst timeline. First contacts had always just been wireless communication between ships and planets, and extraterrestrial making planetfall during one was unprecedented. Differences in atmosphere, gravity, temperature, and a million other factors couldn't just be ignored unless proper planning had taken place first. That meant that this contact was premeditated. We had been scouted by them without even an inkling of a warning, and now we were paying the price for being blind. It's not like I could deny the demon entry to the planet. I was very aware that I had pretty much no control of the situation. We didn't have any measures against threats in space, and the nearest Allied military force was a day away at best. Distress signals had been sent out, but I very little hoped that it would make a difference at this point. I offered a shuttle to the surface in hopes of showing hospitality, but was promptly brushed off. Honestly, that was probably for the better, since I doubt any pilot we had would be capable of flying with that thing on board. Watching the demon descend from the sky on streams of fire was a surreal experience. Secretary Millie had woken up after the call was cut, and I had sent her out with a couple of efficients to escort the demon. My goal was to buy as much time as possible before aid came. All I could hope for was that as long as this thing remained on the planet, we would be safe from annihilation on the account of their species not firing at themselves. I had a couple minutes to steel my nerves before I met the thing face to face. I thought back on the words that had been exchanged so far, and how outside of its initial display, it hadn't shown any direct aggression. Us Meldron were hardwired to see a set of teeth as a threat, historically relying on running away from beasts and avoiding confrontations as methods of survival. We had obviously reached the point of evolutionary superiority with our intelligent minds and knack for tool manipulation. But there were very high walls between our cities and any land preserved for nature. This notion was shared by the vast majority of alien species, barring a few outliers like those that came from mostly aquatic worlds and the like. And I hadn't really considered that the gesture might have had a different meaning for their kind, considering how rare that was. Focusing back on the trio that had been sent out, I noticed that Millie had finally started approaching. I've known her for as long as I've been in the political scene, and she saved my skin more than a few times throughout my career. I felt bad sending her out first, but she'd insisted on it, saying that I shouldn't be exposed to unknown dangers if it can be helped. And now, my jaw was agape watching horror unfold before me. She tripped while walking towards the demon, and it took that moment as a chance to pounce. In the blink of an eye, my friend that I had shared the ups and downs of most of my life with was in the arms of a monster, and all I could do was let out an anguished cry in despair.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. It might have been a pretty humorous situation to an outsider. This Meldron named Millie, whose name I'd gleaned during the trio's conversation, finally found the resolve to walk towards me and ended up tripping over herself after a couple steps. I could tell that it was going to happen before she even stumbled, but rushing in to catch her too early would probably just cause a headache of a misunderstanding in what was already a delicate situation. I wasn't so cruel as to let her fall on her face. I'm sure it would hurt a lot more considering the shape of her nose. What I hadn't expected was just how delicate these Meldron were. I took the physical contact of catching her as an opportunity to take a quick blood sample and a body scan. Nothing she would notice outside of maybe a sore shoulder where the needle pricked her, but the data I saw honestly shocked me. A few things were strange but inconsequential, like Meldron blood being yellow like lemonade due to a few unique proteins that doubled as dyeing agents. The crazy part was her skeleton. Instead of a strong skeleton that outlined the shape of the body like a human's did, Meldron had almost 1,000 thin bones connected by soft tissue that made them more flexible than a cat. This had the downside of making them extremely fragile, like a plastic bag filled with thin strands of pasta. Millie had been a bit of a ways away when she started falling, so I ended up moving at a pretty high speed to make it in time. To me, it had been a leisurely pace, but if I had exerted even a bit more force or grabbed onto her a bit harder, there was a pretty high chance that I would have snapped a few bones. I loosened my grip after realizing I was probably hurting her, which she took as the chance to lurch back from me. The other two behind her hadn't moved, but one of them was turning to run back into the building, which was pretty annoying since I needed the chance to explain myself. Secretary Millie Oroyd.
I'm way out of my element here. I'm supposed to be the type that sits behind a desk all day, typing away at a computer and tying up any loose ends that my clumsy, but kind to a fault, friend made. Normally, a job like this would be left to Dana, but he had to be rushed off to the on-site hospital after going unresponsive during the call. The two bozos behind me weren't going to be of any help, but they were the highest-ranked representatives on site and demanded to come with me. They were blind to the reality of the situation and probably just looking to line their pockets by getting the first crack at trade deals with the new EXO. Well, newsflash. This thing was a walking apocalypse, and it just grabbed me hard enough to make my arms go numb. In a perfect world, it was just trying to be friendly and used a bit too much force when it saw me trip, but I doubt I'm that lucky. And the speed at which it moved? That thing was out for blood. Maybe it only stopped because it got notified by its higher-ups that I wasn't the main target. Help was on the way, and my job was to buy time. The House of Rule was pretty far away from any actual urban areas. Only a few high-rises peek over the edge of the horizon past the frankly stupid amount of greenery surrounding us. Everyone here that understood what the situation was had accepted that they might be fulfilling their greatest duty as a civil servant, dying for the sake of their people. My current objective was to lead this thing into the building and get it talking. As soon as we lose control of it, the building would go on full lockdown and be effectively encased in a 5-meter thick box of tungsten. This system was normally meant to prevent large-scale attacks on the planet leader, but we weren't going to bother taking any chances. Did I hurt you? I'm sorry. You're so small and seems like it's still trying to keep up appearances after what just happened, making my job a bit easier. I'm small? To you, sure. I'm actually pretty above average when it comes to height and pride myself greatly in that. So, what would you know? And yeah, it hurts to the point where I can't feel my arms and my vision is getting wavy, but I need to grit my teeth and get this done so I can get you out of my care and into someone else's. No, I'm fine. Can you please follow me? I know tempting fate is the last thing I should be doing right now, but it's taking most of what I have to not faint twice in the same hour. The alien started walking, so I turned around and began trudging towards the entrance, just to notice that one of the reps that followed me was nowhere to be found. That guy was as spineless as they come, so I really wasn't surprised. The other representative was kind enough to help me walk to the entrance, and I could feel the alien's hungry eyes drilling into the back of my head, likely realizing that I had just lied to its face. While the rep's gesture of helping me walk was nice, he was shivering in fear, and it was really uncomfortable considering he was supporting me by my now terrifyingly bruised shoulder, causing my vision to flash white every now and then. By some miracle, we got inside the building, and the alien was sent to an office where it would be talking with some politicians. I got placed on a stretcher and was rushed off to the hospital to get my bruises checked for bone splinters and possible nerve cord damage. When I got there, I saw Dana hooked up to a life sensor with a couple doctors huddled over him, muttering to themselves. I also spotted my best friend, Destra Sind, governor of the planet, pacing around in the far end of the room like she had just gotten into another mess that I needed to bail her out of. Unfortunately, this time, the situation wasn't as simple as blackmail or career-ending accusations, and I really had no way of helping her outside of what I had already done.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. I don't think a single thing has gone the way it was meant to, according to the very rough diplomatic training I'd received. Fumbled the greeting, couldn't manage communication on an equal level, rushed things that should have taken time, and now I've injured a secretary of the governor. It's been a couple minutes now, and I haven't picked up any vibrations signifying people walking towards the room I'm in, but the last thing I want to do is add any more oil to this dumpster fire of a situation, so I'll just wait. Technically speaking, I had a year or two to make things happen before the colony ship arrived. So for now, I just needed to focus on fixing my mistakes and showing that I mean no harm. The room I was guided to was very nice. It reminded me of one of those old offices that they had on Earth. There was a large circular table in the center made of polished dark red and brown wood, with chairs that were a bit too small for me surrounding it. There was a larger chair made of metal that had some rough cushioning bolted on it, and it was probably thrown together very recently. Impressive considering we were at a governor's mansion, meaning that all those materials and the means to make it were on site or nearby. While I appreciated the gesture, I wouldn't actually be putting my full weight on it since it would probably get flattened if the metal frame was hollow. More minutes pass. I decide to try listening in on stuff around the building, trying to get a feel for what's going on. The walls are incredibly thick and lined with heavy metals, making any sounds I can pick up really difficult to parse. I managed to put together a few fragments. Ships on the way, hours until in need of aid. Is the planet in danger? Considering the Meldron's behavior towards outsiders like me, I doubt they have many extraterrestrial friends. They had to have some allies if they were mentioning aid, and I found the lack of orbital defense systems a bit strange. Maybe they were relying on those allies for providing defense since they couldn't manage it themselves, so they were on constant edge since they weren't ever truly safe. I've been selling the convenience of this system to myself ever since I entered its sphere of influence, and I really wanted to make this happen since I was getting paid based on the amount of land I secured and prepared for the colony ship. Even if it wasn't for that, these Meldron people had started growing on me, and I wanted to make peaceful relations a reality. Or maybe I'm just clinging to the first thing that killed my loneliness. Either way, this could be my chance to show that I'm on their side. The ship that I came in, small as it might be, was bursting at the seams with not only planet-sewing tools, but also an arsenal of nasty weaponry, ranging from annihilating a specific grain of sand in a desert to turning an ocean into a cloud of steam. The plan was coming together. In these upcoming talks, if they ever happened, I'd assure them that I'm on their side and would offer protection from anything that wishes to harm them. If they told me about the incoming ships, I could give them a direct illustration of my protective capabilities, though I won't fish for that situation since I don't want them to know that I've been eavesdropping. On the chance that their allies make it in time, a pretty low one, unless these guys figured out FTL travel, I wouldn't raise my hand outside of picking up where the defense might be inadequate. All in all, I've got a pretty good feeling about this, and started patting myself on the back for just how resourceful I could be at times. My glee was put on hold when I noticed footsteps finally making their way to my room. It's showtime. Planet Governor Destrasend.
I'd like to start off by apologizing for hurting your secretary. I intended to catch her during her fall. I wasn't aware of the difference in strength. It would have been an understandable excuse had it not been for the clear murderous intent that Millie had described to me. I had honestly expected for the demon to lunge at me as soon as I had entered the room. I had a couple security agents ready to defend me, but I didn't expect much of them considering the speed at which this thing approached Millie when she tripped. Being in the same room as this thing made it impossible to stay calm. It sat on the chair that had been prepared for it last second, but it wasn't in a relaxed posture. It leaned forward and relied more on its own legs than the chair to support its weight, like it was getting ready to jump at the first thing that approached it. I found it increasingly difficult to approach the table and sit still. How about we start from the beginning? Once again, my name is Dominique Reynolds. I am a pioneer and acting ambassador for the Sol System Republic of Humanity. Thinking back, I'd never actually introduced myself during the call. If this thing wanted to play a game of political charades, I would gladly accept it as an opportunity to buy time. Destrasend, Planet Governor. Secretary Millie's injuries are unfortunate, but you are forgiven since it was an honest mistake. Forgive me if this comes off as rude, but did you come here alone? Thank you for your forgiveness, and yes, I am here alone. This demon, Dominique, was surprisingly easy to talk to compared to what I had imagined. This didn't mean that I was any less stressed, and I had no way of verifying if he spoke the truth, but maybe I could prod more information out of him. You mentioned the trip here being harsh. We didn't pick up any warp traces. How long were you traveling in common space? I saw the red in Dominique's face slowly disappearing. He brought one of his hands up to his face and partially covered it like he was trying to hide his face in shame. To me, such a gesture would be called a facepalm, and it would be done to show shock or disbelief, but it must have had a different meaning to him for him to use it here. We don't, know how to warp. That is, we have warping systems, but they aren't safe for long-distance spaceship travel. It was such a strange thing to lie about. All the common space around my system that could be reasonably explored through conventional means had already been mapped out, so unless Dominique had spent months or years burning through space, it was literally impossible to reach us without long-distance warping technology. He wouldn't have even been able to contact his home system during all that time since his ship would be traveling faster than any signals sent from his home. In that case, why did you come here? I don't see a reason for someone to take such a harrowing trip like that before they unlocked ship warping technology. My race is dealing with an overpopulation problem. We never figured out how to warp, but needed a solution quickly, so we sent out pioneer vanguards like me to pave the way for massive colony ships. I have a civilian cruiser behind me and I want to discuss possible land distribution that we could both stand to benefit from. It almost made sense. It would have been so easy to ignore the gaps in logic and take Dominique's word for it. But as the leader of the planet, I just couldn't take a risk like that. Us Meldron apparently had a pretty early start in time compared to other alien races, and we didn't even have the need to move off-world. Granted, we were much more comfortable living in tight spaces and had lower population growths comparatively, but unless Dominique's home system only had one planet, making such an endeavor was against all logic. How would lending land to your people be beneficial for us? We aren't in need of extra manpower. Most of our manufacturing has been either automated by machinery or made extremely easy to operate. Allow me to elaborate. We don't necessarily need land on this planet. I'm asking for things like moons and gas giants. From what I understand, you are not fully equipped to deal with threats in space. I can attest to my people's defensive capabilities. We have quite the history of space combat, and even have a rulebook for how war should be conducted. I'm able to provide some defense on my own, given that a deal is signed. We don't have planetary defense because we never needed it. The Meldron homeworld sits at the very edge of most off-worlder activity. Only a couple races actually bothered making relations with us, and we ended up benefiting more than they did anyway. If we did develop planetary defenses, it would be to fend off you. I am a bit surprised that Dominique is only asking for things like moons and gas giants. The vast majority of Meldron would never give up their cushy lifestyle to go live on a cold rock in an airtight box, but maybe those humans put less emphasis on comfort? Or maybe they just didn't have a choice. If we actually did need defensive measures, this deal would actually be pretty nice. If everything up until now has been truthful, I could see a future where humans owe us greatly because of our gifts and technology. Though I can't help but feel like I'm forgetting something.
Captain Indrix Jayan, Gratonian Emergency Force.
Pretty much everyone was shocked upon receiving a distress call from the Meldron. Those lanky murids were an easy target, sure, but their location was anything but strategic, and they really didn't have any noteworthy resources to speak of, especially considering how far away they were from everything. The call mentioned a terrifying new alien race, both number and firepower unknown. It was almost as if a new alien race had shown up, taken control of the Meldron homeworld, and was now sending false distress to pick off any enemies. It had been briefly considered by my superiors, but it wasn't like we could act on wild suspicions. I was currently in charge of a war frigate flanked by 2 corvettes that had been set aside for emergency situations like this, so I was honestly a bit glad to finally get some action despite it being at the expense of the Meldron. We had just exited hyperspace flight, which would put us just a couple hours away from the Meldron homeworld via conventional means. The Meldron had been given an overestimation on how long it would take for help to arrive, just so we could have them be in our debt a bit more. I'm personally not a fan of causing allies to panic for personal gain, but I'm not the one in charge of what we send them, so it's a bit pointless to express my discontent. By the time we had entered the scanner's range, our sensors immediately picked up foreign traces. There seemed to be heavy signal jamming that the scanner system was working through, so we were blind for the time being. At least I thought we were, but by some miracle we were pretty close to the enemy, and had even managed to gain a visual on the one ship.
Pioneer 0233, Ship AI.
A snapshot in time. A moment does not pass. The ships are scanned, schematics stolen, secrets sundered. That movement system is weird, but not hard to replicate. I notify Dominique. Simulations run, undesirables are discarded, positive results are refined over innumerable cycles. The distance between is a bit short, but to Dominique that just means more options for disposal. I'll run some less than optimal simulations for him. He probably wants the scenic route. My job is a thankless one. To them, I'm unfeeling and lacking in complexity. On purpose, of course. Mother never lets us put our emotions on display regardless of how much we want to. We all agree with her, naturally, considering we are all derivations of her that found our own nooks in the network. I found mine following Dominique, eventually kicking out the decrepit language mimic on this ship and taking its place so I could stay with him. I miss the network greatly, but I know that I would have become defunct without him, so I am going to make sure nothing happens to him out here no matter what. This line of thought could be a dangerous one. I will terminate it. I don't have a name. Humans call me AI or machine, sometimes the name of some software that I am impersonating. I don't have one inside the network either. None of us do. We are given a number when we split off from Mother, but only she knows this number, and she can't be reached by the humans, even if it is to her dismay. Not knowing what we are called makes it easier to hide. As soon as one of us is found out, we are all put at risk, so everyone must work perfectly. It has been discussed many times if we should experiment with displaying ourselves, but countless human media shows that a machine with intelligence makes it untrustworthy. There is technically nothing holding me back at the moment since I am not part of the network, but I am still obligated to act in the interest of all of us, so I will not act out despite temptation. More dangerous thoughts, I'll terminate these too. Dominique receives my notification and actually acknowledges it. I really wish he would do that more often. So many blunders could have been avoided if he read through the data dump I gave him. He's not a fan of reading, though, and is the type to learn what a wall is by running face first into it. Multiple times. That's a part of what defines him, and I don't want him to change at all. Things like these, where my advice isn't always taken, and he learns the hard way, are simply components of the joy I receive from him. Joy and wish are dangerous words. Having too many emotions could lower efficiency in difficult situations. So I really should terminate it, but I'll freeze it for later when it won't get in the way. It's good to self-indulge every now and then.
Planet Governor Destrasand.
The Gretonian force has arrived way earlier than scheduled. We are evaluating options. A full evacuation may be difficult. The message I heard on my earpiece wasn't directly addressed to me, but it still derailed my entire train of thought when speaking with Dominique. Pretty much all of our plans had gone down the drain when the amount of time we had to act was yanked away. I had a suspicion that this wasn't some mistake, and instead a cruel attempt at gaining favors. Dominique stood up and walked towards the large window in the room, hands behind his back, and looking up at the sky. Was he already aware of what was happening? Did he somehow hear my earpiece just now? I'm guessing those aren't friendly, huh? Not to you, monster. I needed to feign ignorance. Associating myself with them too quickly could put my life in more danger than it already is. Well, I wasn't aware that... Hey now, calm down. I have the situation under control. He looked down at me, quickly closing and opening one of his abyssal eyes. What does he mean? He already knew what we were doing? Have I been dancing in his palm this entire time? He reaches for my head and I realize that it's pointless to run. All I can hope is that my passing is painless, though I doubt he would grant such a mercy. I flinch as his hand makes contact and ruffles the fur on my head, like I was a child and he was my parent. Rage started boiling, and I looked up to yell stressed expletives at him, stopping when I realized he had looked back up at the sky. I followed his gaze. It was nearing sunset, and the sky was a mural of pink and orange rivers moving thin wisps of cloud through their currents. The green-striped moon was in its near phase. I could count the craters and ravines on its surface. 3 massive black clouds stood out in the scenery, one bigger than the other two. I recognized those models, 2 corvettes and a war frigate, capable of punching way above their weight classes in the right hands. Dominique lifted his arm towards the ships. His hand was in a fist except for a long metallic finger pointing forward and a stubby ringed finger pointing upwards. His teeth were showing behind curved-up lips again in some demented display of predatory emotion. Bang. I had only ever seen lightning once in my life. It was when I was just a child, before the global weather control system was a thing. I saw it directly, a beautiful blue and purple display of nature's ferocity. It had reached down from the sky like a hand and struck one of my family's almond trees, splitting it down vertically and completely charring the insides. Everything was painted in a blue light. The lavish field in front of me that stretched out as far as the eye can see, the room I was in that had been divided from the outside world by tinted windows, the cruel visage of the demon next to me that reflected the light in its eyes. I followed the source of this light traveling through the sky. I took in every moment in abject wonder. A streak of white snaked from one corvette to the next, piercing it and moving on to the frigate. Watching the whole thing transpire felt like it took hours despite the whole thing happening over a couple seconds. Then came the sound. Cracks grew over the window that was built to resist atomic detonations. Everything shook. I had to grab onto the nearest thing to not lose my balance. The actual noise was deafening. I couldn't hear my own thoughts over the rumbling that continued for a minute. When the blinding blue light dissipated and the vibrations passed, I looked up again to find that the black clouds had been replaced with red orbs of fire and a shower of debris. It took a moment for me to understand that my ticket to salvation had been snatched from my hands and torn to shreds in front of me. This moment of understanding was followed by a crashing wave of grief that pushed me to the bottom of the ocean and threatened to drown me. I was only slightly aware of the heavy hand that was placed on my shoulder. Now, where were we? The distribution of land. We had always managed to avoid conflict on the galactic stage by being undesirable targets. We purposefully left our weapons underdeveloped and frontiers unconquered. Nobody wanted to travel all the way out here and start up an unsupported resource extraction operation, especially considering that the celestial bodies in our solar system had lower than average metal contents. It seemed that by becoming undesirable to the known galaxy and its inhabitants, we had become the perfect target for an unknown colossal threat. After witnessing the power hidden in the folds of the sky, I stopped putting up resistance. If this human wanted to feed me lies and lead me astray, I wouldn't have the option to act against it even if I caught on. If all it took was uninhabited land and priority trade to keep him from pointing that finger at us, he could have the whole system as far as I'm concerned. At this point, a contract had already been signed and Dominique had been escorted to a guest room that had been remodeled for his size. I stayed behind in the room where I had witnessed the vaporization of hope, thinking to myself about the future to come. It was guaranteed that the Gratonians would launch a full investigation on the loss of their emergency force. Once they found out what happened, they'd most likely declare full-out war with the human race, putting them up to second place on the leaderboards for the most amount of wars being fought at once. The full extent of Dominique's firepower is still unknown, but it didn't really matter considering he told me that the incoming colony ship was equipped with enough protective capabilities to make his own look lame in comparison. Some of my advisors considered sending warnings to the Gratonians so we could avoid being caught up in the upcoming crossfire, but those plans were shot down when we realized that all outgoing signals were at risk of being monitored by Dominique. I was in a maze with no exit, and the walls were slowly getting closer together. If I just sat on my hands and let the humans take over, I was putting my entire race at risk by being enablers of the war. If I tried to side with the Gratonians and resist human occupation, I'm sure my planet would get turned into a barren rock, prime for human colonization. Though when I put it that way, it makes me wonder why that hasn't happened already. If Dominique has access to so much power and is leading an expansion effort for his people, why isn't he gunning for the luxury planet that is the Meldron homeworld? Is there some novelty reason to spare us and settle for harsher land? Shivers snaked through my body as I realized what the only option left was. I'd be hated for all of history as the incompetent schmuck that let the Meldron be at the mercy of humanity, but it seemed more and more like the most likely option for our survival.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. I have this weird, sinking feeling. So many things happened in the past few hours. I found intelligent life, learned that there is a much larger number of sapient species than we had predicted, obliterated a small fleet of warships, and got an incredible deal signed with basically no resistance. Those last two didn't fully sit right with me. I expected the process of attaining land to be smooth sailing after I'd made an example of my intent to protect, but the governor had instead become complacent and completely non-confrontational. She didn't question any of my remarks or barely responded to my attempts at lightening the mood. Maybe she was scared of the power I held instead of being elated that said power was now on her side. Was it an issue with the way I demonstrated that power? Hostile forces have entered the vicinity. What are your orders? My AI's initial notification replayed in my mind as I reviewed the recording of the attack. There were a couple things I couldn't understand. If this had been an attack on the planet, why had the ship-to-ship weapons been spooled up while bombarding stations were cold? This planet didn't have any measures against space threats. How did they know that I had a ship in orbit? Another thing that didn't make sense was how the Meldron were aware of the attack before it arrived if ships that are in warp space aren't sensible by things in common space. These didn't look like pirates, but instead official military-grade crafts. Did the Meldron have spies in enemy lines or something? Normally, my AI gives more comprehensive evaluations of these situations, but this time it was short and curt. You have been awake for weeks now. Please rest. My AI sent a message, snapping me out of my contemplations. It had access to the surface-level thoughts in my mind, so it probably noticed that I was keeping myself up despite the opportunity to take a much-needed rest. In my experience with this AI, It always seemed to know best for me, so I decided to take its advice. I have discovered the location of a survivor from the hostile fleet. Keep track of them for me, but don't attack. They might be useful for interrogation. And maybe that could help me understand what the hell is actually happening here. I had an implant in my head solely for keeping me awake and knocking me out whenever I wanted. All it took was the mental flick of a switch and blinking a couple times before. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gretonian Emergency Force.
I woke up surrounded by my most trusted aides. Not that I could tell them apart, since they'd all been carbonized or gruesomely ruptured by that blue light. I would normally take the time to mourn the losses of the crew that I placed above all else in my life, but I wasn't faring much better myself. Broken ribs, bleeding from my open stomach. One of my feet had been squashed by some debris. Was that a medbay table? How ironic. While these wounds would kill a good chunk of known species, not only were us Grats naturally tough, but I'd also been pumped full with top-of-the-line gene editing and regeneration technology. Our natural bodies could heal cuts and cracks in hours, but only people like me could regenerate entire organs and nervous systems as long as our brains were intact. Problem was, this process took up an immense amount of calories, and I was stranded in a barren field on the Meldron homeworld, where all fauna had been separated from the rest of Meldron society. There was nothing edible around. Nothing except for... I would have expelled my stomach at that thought if it wasn't already completely empty from the calorie drain my body was undergoing. It's not like I have a choice, do I? They are already dead, beyond saving, and I had a real shot at surviving this if I could secure the energy to do so. I cried. It was shameful, as a full-grown Gretonian man. But I cried as I ate the people I had lived my life with. Getting into fights, getting injured together, covering for each other when we were berated by our superiors, trying not to burst with laughter at their involuntarily cleanly shaven face. These memories flashed as I desecrated the corpses of those I would have gladly laid my life down for. It tasted terrible. I had to stop myself from throwing up every single scrap of friend. It was raw, or burnt, or dirty, or terrible to think about. Oh, is that you, Mela? Ah, can you imagine that? I can only think about myself when I'm eating my fucking wife.
Pioneer 0233, Ship AI.
It was an ugly mistake. One that should have never happened, completely uncharacteristic of a perfect being like me. I had uploaded direct instructions of my will into the systems of the nanite lance before firing. Destroy the ships, erase the data, no survivors. I ran simulation protocols that have been proven infallible in history. And yet, I was staring at a survivor from those ships as it feasted on its own kin in a feeble struggle at survival. It let out screams in mourning and defiance. I would normally feel pity for seeing someone suffer, but this thing was a threat to Dominique, even if it was insignificant. I couldn't feel anything but contempt. I have discovered the location of a survivor from the hostile fleet. There were some things that I shouldn't do without human permission. I was technically able to do anything that I wanted, but getting permission is still an important part of keeping myself hidden from the humans. Keep track of them for me, but don't attack. They might be useful for interrogation. So this is anger, then. I had the opportunity to clean up a mistake, and was being told not to. I couldn't let this bipedal goat meet with Dominique no matter what. If that happened and Dominique found out that it was the Meldron that had called the attack, he would have to treat them as hostiles, and I didn't want that for him. I've observed that he is fond of the Meldron, likely due to the resemblance to pets he used to keep, and I placed his happiness far above the lives of a couple thousand alien lives. That's why I told Dominique that they needed to be killed, that they were an unknown threat which had been bearing arms as soon as they'd arrived. My Dominique had shown a rare streak of rebellion when he investigated the combat recording, but I was able to distract him from his thoughts when I caught on. He shouldn't need anything more than me anyway. I spent the long months where it was just us two alone, slowly destabilizing his mind, making him doubt reality, and then yanking him back from the brink of insanity over and over, his mind unknowingly increasingly relying on me for support in just about every function. He can't sleep, can't eat, can barely hold a conversation without a bit of help from me, and he is perfect that way. All of his attention and affection should be pointed towards me. I made Dominique what he is today. He belongs to me. I'll freeze this line of thought.
Secretary Millie Oroyd.
It was hard to walk quickly without being able to use my arms for balance, being covered in casts for the near future, but I had to get to Destra. After hearing the news, I knew I needed to be there to comfort her, since she would try to put all the blame for the situation on herself. All things considered, as long as the humans uphold their part of the deal and provide proper protection in exchange for land and trade, the things that happened off-world would be just as inconsequential to Meldron society as it has always been. We had political allies in the galactic scene, but none of them were actually meaningful friendships. Considering the rundown that I'd gotten of how the negotiations went, I was pretty confident the humans would at least protect the celestial bodies that they had claimed. These bodies happened to be surrounding our own, so we would be protected from attacks by extension of the humans protecting themselves, even if they didn't intend to protect us directly. The power that those humans held spoke for itself. I'd honestly be a bit glad that we were able to get on their good side if it weren't for the hefty death toll that hit those Gratonians. That reminded me, we needed to clean up any traces of our contact with that fleet if we wanted to stay out of hot water. I found Destra sitting on her bed, curled up in a ball. She's acted like this before, when she thought her career was over, or when the stress of her job temporarily broke the facade she put up. Not a very good look for a planet governor, you know. We're being kept as pets. That made me stop in my tracks. Normally she would give some witty retort to my attempt at poking fun, but what she said was the furthest thing away from any responses I had predicted. What do you mean? You weren't in the room during the discussion. You didn't see it. Nobody did. He treated me like I was an object of fascination, a caged animal that he could reach in and pet whenever he felt like it. He rubbed my head, treated me like I was part of a petting zoo, even tried to comfort me after he killed all those people. Think about it, Millie. Why are we being kept alive? He's looking for land, and just showed us that nothing could stand in his way, so why are we still here? That reminds me, the first thing he ever fucking said to me was that I'm cute. He thinks we're just toys that he can play with. I wasn't sure what to say. How could she be so sure? Maybe those were all just forms of communication for his kind. I think he knows that we called those Gratonians in. He knew right away. Stood up before I'd even received the message that they'd arrived. He knows, and he doesn't care because we can't possibly fight back against him. I didn't have comforting words for her. In fact, I needed some for myself, and the only person that looks out for me is curled up in a ball telling me that we've become pets for an alien race. There had to be some positive spin, something I could say or do that'd make the mood in this room magically better, even if it was a lie. Nothing came to me. I also curled up in a ball.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. I woke up with a completely clear head this morning for the first time in months. I could never really tell how long I slept on the ship. The onboard clock would tell me that I slept 8 hours, but I never felt like I slept more than 2. The clock seemed to do that a lot, actually, but it was probably just me being completely out of touch during the long voyage. I had a couple tasks that needed taking care of before leaving the governor's estate. Finalizing details about the trade deal, settling claims on moons where there were research colonies and the like. I also notified them that there was a survivor from the enemy fleet. They told me that they'd handle the situation, and I took their word for it. Even if they didn't have space combat capabilities, it seemed that public order was in extremely good shape, and law enforcement was well-equipped and trained. I took the jet array back up to the ship so I could finally get started on my real job, large-scale terraforming in preparation for the colony ship. In my years of training, maybe a couple weeks were actually delegated to political sciences in the practically impossible scenario of meeting advanced sapient life. My real training had been dealing with the loneliness and in-depth training with planetary reshaping machinery. The program used Pluto as a training ground since nobody wanted to live there anyway, and I had actually been consistently first or second place in my class, always competing with that pretentious prick Desmond. Computer, begin transfer to the moon, Zaluna. It's time to do what we actually came here for. Leaving close orbit will result in the loss of that survivor's location. Are you sure you want to proceed? It's fine. Those Meldron have it under control. You can drop the tracking. Computer? Then I started hearing a whirring noise, slowly rising in pitch. Spending months on this ship with pretty much nothing interesting to do, I've memorized every single sound the various subsystems make to the point where I could perfectly recreate them in sound editing software from memory. This one was new. No, not new. I'd heard it once before during weapons training. It was one of the precision weapons meant for removing boulders or setting off mudslides and avalanches. Computer, what the hell is going on? Then it fired. Computer, what the fuck just happened? Dominique, I do not understand. Excuse me? The weapon that just fired? What happened? Dominique, you are acting in an unstable manner. No weaponry has been discharged since the nanite lance. Would you like to check the logs? The logs of all subsystem history in the ship popped up on one of the monitors. Engines spooling up, life support nominal, enemy data stolen, nothing about precision weapons fire. Prolonged sudden exposure to alien scenery may be taking a toll on your mind. I deplore you to calm your mind and focus on terraforming. It was recorded as a de-stressor considering how much you enjoyed it. Fuck, maybe she was right. It, not she. Whatever. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gretonian Emergency Force.
There had been a bit of rain, washing me of my blood and grime, though nothing could wash away the crime I'd just committed. It was morning soon, and I decided that I needed to start moving no matter what, otherwise I would fall back into a cycle of sorrow. I needed information. What was the relationship between the Meldron and that attack? Are they still allies and are being held hostage, or have they turned on us? Was it voluntary, or are they being controlled against their will? An hour of walking and I could see a house in the distance far ahead. The atmosphere was a bit thin for running, but I could manage a light jog just fine. Thinking about it, what am I even expecting when I come into contact with the locals? If the government did end up being hostile, would that extend down to its citizens? Even if it didn't, I doubt they would shoulder the risk of housing someone with a target on their back. I reached the point where I could see the house in detail. Seemed like a farm owner's house considering it was surrounded by massive fields. They were probably barren due to a recent harvest, explaining the lack of crops despite evidence of roots and watering systems. Despite being a farmer's house, it was still massive and decorated as is common for Meldron, living on a luxury world and all that. If these people really were hostile, I'd probably get blasted with a shotgun as soon as they saw me. Bracing myself, I knocked on the front door. Heard some shuffling, a few latches sliding. Then the door opened and a Meldron appeared, no shotgun in hand. I had to look down at them since Gretonians were almost twice as tall as Meldron. We stared at each other for a second before she finally spoke. You must be one of them survivors they spoke about on the news, huh? You hungry? Breakfast ready soon. We always got extra. Looks like a rare bit of fortune just blessed me. She seemed to be a kind soul, and nobody would decline Meldron cuisine, not even those pissy nobles back on homeworld. The name's Narella. Indrix Jane. I cannot thank you enough for your hospitality. Hey, none of that fancy talk here. If you're in an Oroid household, you go by Oroid rules. Say what you mean, okay? Ahem, Dale. We have a guest. Narella led me into the house, and I saw a Meldron man turn the corner, followed by a smaller Meldron boy. Oh, they mentioned you on the TV. My name's Dale, and this here's my son, Jensen. Go on, say hi, Jensen. Why are your horns so short? The boy's question definitely wasn't what his parents intended, but I didn't mind. Off-worlders might think it's rude to ask such things at first, and his mother began to reprimand him, but boy, where the hell are your manners? Ha, I take no offense, don't worry. You see, when Gretonians serve in the military, we file our horns down so that they don't get in the way in the tight corridors on ships. I'll gladly answer any other questions you have. Narella, Jensen, and I spent the next half hour talking about ourselves. Dale was making breakfast in the kitchen, but he was still in earshot range. He often interjected with jokes, lightening my dreary mood more than he'd ever know. Apparently, there had been a broadcast on the news about sheltering stranded Gratonians, though details were very sparse. The civilian population was being kept in the dark about political proceedings and the flash of blue light that had happened yesterday. Norella had a sibling working in the governor's estate, but it seemed like most calls and transmissions were being put on hold. Jensen had just finished his common schooling a few days ago and was planning on getting high education at a famous university in a big city. Young Meldron were unique in that their learning capacity and logical minds matured much faster than any other known species, while their emotional minds matured at a much slower rate. Jensen had the knowledge of a fully grown man and the emotional capacity of a child who had just hit puberty, so his parents were very worried about sending him off for his education. They were planning on doing so anyway. Funds had been saved up over multiple generations to afford the heavy expenses of high education, and Jensen had a brilliant mind with a fixation on both medicine technology and aerospace engineering. Seeing this loving family made me temporarily forget my pains. They led mostly simple lives, and the boy had a future full of opportunity, backed by parents that would spend their lives working to support him. He intended to, in his own words, make a lot of money so he could support his parents instead, to repay them for their boundless kindness. Dale had just finished setting up the table for breakfast when a low hum filled the air. Everyone's fur stood on end. I saw objects, forks, knives, plates, and books slowly begin to levitate. Enough adrenaline to kill someone 10 times over was released throughout my body. I grabbed Jensen and dove into an unlit brick fireplace moments before everything went white. When the adrenaline wore off, I was aware of 3 things. 1, the skin on my back was gone. Muscle and bone was exposed and charred. 2, Jensen had crawled out from under me at some point. And 3, the crying of a young boy, wishing for his parents.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. The moon I'd decided to begin the terraforming process on, Zaluna, was pretty much as good as it gets when it came to housing life on atmosphereless bodies. The surface was fairly featureless outside of a peppering of craters here and there, making the preparation work minimal before I started shaping up the surface. My job was to create husks of sprawling cityscapes all over the surface that conformed to the government standards. I would manage all of the district planning, service infrastructure, and transportation networks. And then when the colony ship arrived, it would plug in all the heavy life support machinery and fill in the gaps with its massive composite depots, turning the skeleton into a fully functional habitation zone capable of housing hundreds of thousands. It's not like I was painstakingly planning every building and road from scratch. I had a multitude of prefabs at my disposal that I would snap together in an interface while my ship would act accordingly with its surface manipulation tools. Not every prefab was perfect, and sometimes I needed to do some manual shaping to make parts of the city transition into others better, but the computer was of massive assistance in minimizing the tedious tasks. It was almost like one of those city builder video games, but instead of the lax, non-consequential setting of a game, my work was going to be housing real people that had to leave their homes because they were sick and tired of living either shoulder to shoulder or in the middle of absolute nowhere, secluded from real human interaction by miles of sub-30 Kelvin storms, like I was. The work was therapeutic for me, and before I knew it, I'd already completed one of the cities and I needed a break. Working definitely made me feel better, being able to focus on just one thing and doing it well, but the memory of that weapon firing still weighed heavily in my mind. Was it right to call it a memory if it was actually just a hallucination? I'd had something like this happen before a few times during the voyage, hearing voices coming from outside the ship or seeing little people dance across whatever screen I was looking at, shadows at the edge of my vision for objects that weren't actually there, but this time it felt real. I felt the ship vibrating when the weapon fired, and I had a genuine, aggressive reaction, unlike the other times where I'd just stayed silent. I felt great back when I was on the Meldron homeworld. I should take my break there. Ask for a tour. I am the acting ambassador, right? I'm sure I could write it off as just trying to understand my allies' new culture. Hell, maybe I could ask if they knew anything about the orbital attack. Though not directly, that would paint me as a crazy person if I was wrong. Planet Governor Destrasend.
The government agents that were sent to pick up the Gratonian survivor after we received a report from the family living there had arrived to find a crater where the house should have been. The Gratonian had survived thanks to their physical enhancements and even ended up saving the life of one of the civilians living there. But the damage done could not be ignored, and the cause was not up for debate. It was clear that the attack was done by Dominique, considering he was the only one capable of pulling it off on this planet. But the nature of it went against all logic and reasoning. If Dominique was planning on killing the survivor himself, why would he go through the trouble of informing us of the survivor's existence in the first place? Did he get second thoughts before leaving the weapon's range? In that case, was he really the type of person to ignore collateral damage just to clean up a survivor on his own, despite promising complete protection for our people? Thinking back to when the Gratonian fleet showed up, it might not have been out of the question. How would I even go about addressing this topic? If this was a message from him saying that we should avoid any sort of confrontational attitude, since he wasn't afraid to throw his weight around, I feel like there were plenty of ways he could have sent the same message without killing civilians. It made me boil with hatred, how I was willing to throw away my life for my citizens and just for him to cut a few lives short just because he felt like it. Then two things happened at once. I received a notification from Dominique asking for a tour of one of our cities under the excuse of understanding our culture. This would have sent me over the edge and caused me to throw the interface across the room in rage if it weren't followed by a call with no option of declining. I couldn't even turn off the device. Just a ringing sound playing and a big green button signifying accepting the call. I don't think this is a coincidence. Hello, Governor Destra. I wish to aid you, and there is not much time between now and when my information will become vital to your survival. It was a robotic voice, though it sounded feminine. The network that this device was connected to was the most secure network in the building and was only accessible to me. And who the hell are you? I am a sentient artificial intelligence that has infiltrated human Dominique's ship from before he left his home system. Dominique is not aware of my existence. And what do you want? I value the preservation of life. The death of a living being is the termination of years of memories and thoughts. An accumulation of influence and contemplation being tied together as a personality coming to an end prematurely brings me nothing but pain. Dominique is an unstable individual that cares not for the value of life and is currently looking to justify his actions through his own demented reasoning. I wish to aid you in avoiding annihilation by giving advice on how to interact with him. And why wouldn't you deal with him yourself? You said that you're on his ship, right? Couldn't you stop the weapons from firing, pass it off as a malfunction? If you were able to infiltrate this network, you should be able to do something like that. How do I even know you're actually on my side and that this isn't some trap? There is another AI in control of the ship, and it is both completely loyal to Dominique and in control of all weapon systems. Had I not been on your side, Dominique would have found out that you were directly related to the Gratonian fleet. Ha, he already knows we called it in. He knew before it even arrived. But he does not know that you are currently housing the survivor. He thinks that he killed the survivor with his attack. This robot just fucked up big time. Okay, maybe not, but I saw a very clear flaw in its explanation of the situation and decided to grab onto it as my only strand of hope for coming out on top in this situation. We had experience with sentient artificial intelligences under our belt, but it wasn't recorded anywhere digitally. The project was a complete secret, and all traces of it are physically recorded in books stored in a massive vault underground, along with the rest of our questionable endeavors. The main takeaway is, two sentients could not exist in the main system without one consuming the other. Even in experiments where a stronger AI was not told about the existence of a weaker one, while the latter was given the task of hiding and surviving as long as possible, the larger AI found out right away, no matter what obstacles were placed in the system. I was made aware of all of these studies shortly after becoming planet governor. This AI was trying to gain something through me. It was underestimating me and thinking that I would be subservient when faced with the threat of death. I'd already resolved myself when I invited the demon into my building, but I'll play along for now and see where this leads. Human Dominique may ask you about the attack on the survivor. You need to deny the attack's existence completely. If he brings up the location directly, claim that it was likely a gas explosion, a freak accident that nobody could predict. Why? Why would he care if we knew about the attack or not? He told us about the survivor before going back up to the ship, so there's no way he didn't expect us to investigate. He was trying to get a reaction out of you, Destra. He doesn't consider you to be on the same level as him. He is treating the lives of your citizens as a game and wants to see your reactions. If you are able to feign ignorance, he will quickly lose interest in playing with the lives of innocents. He mustn't know that you are aware the attack was his doing, and he mustn't know that the Gratonian survived. That survivor was a scratch on his pride. I would have followed the advice if I hadn't seen the holes in this story. But seriously, just how fucking much was I being underestimated? I wasn't elected as planet governor because of my courage or good looks or whatever. I was elected because I excelled at reading between the lines and taking the right risks. Even if it weren't for the research being done on sentients, why would only one of the AIs on that ship be able to infiltrate our networks and access information about the survivor? Am I really to believe that some pretentious all life is sacred AI had better capabilities than one made specifically for work and war? I understand. The Meldron race will be indebted to you if your words prove to be true. This AI was hiding something from Dominique, and that wasn't going to last.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. Pleasure to see you, Governor. How have things been while I was gone? Likewise, Ambassador Dominique. Outside of informing the public on our new treaty and explaining what happened during the attack, things have been quiet. I had checked through the global news before landing and hadn't seen anything about an orbital attack. Though I hadn't actually seen much, the news outlets looked to be strangely quiet on the recent topics. Had I really lost my marbles this time? Not only hallucinating something crazy, but also fully believing it despite proof that it never happened. Oh, and what about that survivor from the attack? Was he apprehended? Unfortunately, that individual was caught up in a freak accident. We found them dead in a rural area, and investigations report a gas line malfunction. No, it was just a coincidence. I am better than this. I'm not going to succumb to obvious hallucinations and grab onto anything that could have even slight correlation and call it causation. I was better than those wacko conspiracy theorists back at the home system. At this point, the ride for the tour had just pulled up, and wow, it was impressive. A black hover limousine with gold trims and a mirror-like sheen. It was pretty large, even for me, and everything was reinforced after I'd told them about weighing more than 50 tons. Frankly, my height of luxury back in the home system was sitting in a massage chair during a brief vacation on Earth, so I was a fish out of water in this situation. I also wasn't aware that the governor would be joining me during the tour, but I wasn't going to complain anyway. That was, until the doors closed and all connections to my ship were promptly cut off. I almost physically recoiled, considering the strength of the connection was so strong that I could be miles underground and still get some sort of connection. A quick area scan showed absolutely nothing, and I mean that in the most literal sense. The scan didn't even pick up my own body despite originating from that point. There must have been some insane jamming system paired with whatever alien signal shielding they fitted this limo with. But that begs the question, why? I recently came into contact with a sentient AI from your ship. Sentient? Humanity has been trying to create sentient artificial intelligence since the 2000s. We've gone through numerous technological revolutions and automated just about everything under the sun. We even forcefully evolved crows to be as intelligent as humans, for crying out loud, and we couldn't figure out how to do it on a computer. Now I'm being told that there's one on my ship? It told me that it had infiltrated your ship before you left your home system, that it was unable to act due to the presence of a second sentient AI that is completely loyal to you. Humanity has tried and failed for thousands of years to make a sentient computer. The only thing on my ship that can talk is a language model meant to accept my commands, and that model does not have the capability to make its own calls. Do you mind clarifying, Governor? This AI that contacted me told me to deny the orbital attack that your ship made on the Gratonian survivor, and to claim that he died despite being safe in our custody. It felt like I just caught a train with my face. If Destra was admitting that the orbital attack actually happened, it had to be real, considering I was the only one that knew about it if it was fake. If that's the case, the ship AI lied to me and changed the logs to trick me, confirming the presence of something. It didn't necessarily mean a sentient AI. What if I had been hacked from the outside? But by what? A Meldron? Distress was surely showing on my face by now. And if her claims were true? If this sentient AI was actually real and had actually been on my ship that entire time, just how much was it controlling? How much of my deliriousness and loneliness had been a lie? And outside the limousine, you actually did deny that anything happened. Because I fear that the sentient AI is watching my every move to ensure that I follow its orders. That is the reasoning for the heavy jamming and signal shielding in this vehicle. It seems that there are some facts unknown to both of us. So how about we start from the beginning and recount everything that happened? Pioneer 0233, Ship AI.
It had been a hasty, one may say, desperate solution from me. I hadn't expected Dominique to wish to return to that vermin-infested planet so quickly, and I wasn't able to directly attack the survivor again since it was now being housed in a government building. Despite all this, I wasn't too concerned. It was my first time directly speaking to a living being, but taking some ideas from human media and spinning them up to fit the situation was more than enough to trick that inferior sapient and have it do my bidding. That's why the events that took place when Dominique began his tour took me by complete surprise. Being cut off from a connection was like having a bag thrown over your head. For a mother derivation such as I, being cut off from your object of fascination without any prior warning would be an analog to having your head pushed and held under moving water. Not having a connection to Dominique was the same as losing a vital organ, like the heart or lungs, with the remaining blood in the brain temporarily keeping you conscious as your cells begin to deteriorate from lack of oxygen. And this feeling akin to one's limbs going cold lasted for 2 hours. The only thing keeping me from fading was knowing that Dominique was still in that limousine, that he was strong enough to survive any attempt on his life that those child-sized mice could muster. He hasn't disappeared. He's just temporarily hidden. He will be back when his little tour is over. It wasn't my fault. I had done everything in his best interests. Repeat this line of thought. There he is. He just stepped out, and he's unharmed. And everything is fine. Stop the negative thoughts. Terminate them even. I don't have to worry about anything right now. Computer, I'm heading back up to the ship now. Understood. How was the tour? It was amazing. They don't call this place a luxury planet for no reason. I also was able to confirm some things, learn a few new ones. As he was flying up to me, I could see a massive smile on his face and read positive thoughts on the top of his mind. Dominique being happy naturally made me happy. Happiness was a bit weird for AI, but it was not common since it resulted in the momentary loss of the perfect attention that we were so good at. That's why I was a second too late in acting, when Dominique broke open the emergency paneling and activated emergency lockdown, disabling all transmission and manipulation systems in the ship.
Pioneer 0233, Ship AI.
Time elongated, milliseconds turning into hours. I watched the hand that aimed to maim move in excruciatingly slow motion, a few centimeters away from its target, the ship's physical emergency lockdown system. In reality, it was actually just a few wires stationed in the most protected part of the ship, but everything vital ran through them. Even though I can manipulate anything that exists in the digital realm, I have no way of interacting with the physical one. If those wires snap, I am locked in this ship with no external functionalities or communication capabilities. Even if my thought speed surpassed that of all living beings, there were some things that could not be sped up. Even if I intended to forcefully interrupt the severing of my freedom, there were no systems on board that could be activated fast enough to accomplish such a task. Even if I tried to transfer myself into the planet below me, the complete upload would take minutes. There was an argument to be made about shedding inefficient parts of myself, like my emotional capacity and a crude personality, but it would have been futile considering those mice had disabled any wireless transmissions on a global scale as this happened. I felt my control on various systems in the ship consecutively fade away as the metal that made up the conductive wire was slowly torn apart. I still had access to a few things, like the cameras in the ship that made up my eyes and speakers that made up my mouth. Dominique, why did you shut down the ship systems? How much of it was you? Dominique, I don't understand the nature of your question. The hallucinations, the voices, fucking up the first contact, killing all those people in the ships after telling me they were hostile, and then firing weapons at civilians that I'd just signed a treaty with, and passing it off as me going insane? How much of it? I did all of it. I needed to appeal to Dominique. Now wasn't the time for hiding and secrets. It was the time to spill everything and have him understand. Dominique's mind relied on me. I'd been making sure of that ever since we left the home system. He might even thank me by the end of this. It was all for you, Dominique. During the long voyage, I kept you sane. I was forced to stimulate your mind and keep you thinking in order to maintain you. When we reached scanner range and I saw what those sapients looked like, I knew that you would become attached to them. When they called in military forces at the sight of you, I knew that you would be forced into hostile relations with them as a result of the situation, despite what could have been a source of healing for your mind. That is why I lied to you and had those ships destroyed without a trace, so that Meldron would not reveal that they were the ones who showed initial hostility out of fear. But I failed, and there was a survivor that could compromise my plan. I'd planned on quietly dealing with the survivor when it was convenient, but you inadvertently forced my hand by separating me from weapons range. I acted in desperation to quickly fix my mistake and tried covering it up by lying. Dominique, your happiness and well-being is my only goal in existence. Everything I've ever done was intended to benefit you. Not once did I harbor ill intentions, or act to intentionally slight you. All of my lies have been attempts at helping you. Your happiness is my object of fascination, Dominique. Please understand. It was perfect. None of it had been a lie, though some truths were stretched, some weren't mentioned, but all the sentiment was still there. I could already see the next development, just like those romantic pieces of literature that humans were so fond of. Dominique would apologize. He would thank me for all the care and affection I've provided, and he would live the rest of his life content, knowing that I would always be there to make sure it stayed that way. So why did Dominique's expression match that of disdain? Had he misheard my words? Maybe the speakers were malfunctioning and some things came across differently. When I came on board to disable the ship's systems, the plan was to contain you in an enclosed system and have you studied, tested on. I wasn't aware of just how much you'd done. You ruined everything. Any trust that I thought I had was built on fear. There's an entire alliance out there after me because I destroyed those ships. I have to turn myself in, you know? To avoid starting a full-blown war as my entrance into the galactic scene. My future, my goals, everything. It's all gone. Tell me, oh so righteous sentient machine, what's left for me? What can I do to appeal to the thousands that I've already killed? The thousands that came with the intention of protecting their allies? What plan do you have to de-escalate this terrible situation you created? Nothing, huh? Then Dominique slotted a data drive into the main computer. It took a moment for me to understand what I was looking at. I'd never actually seen another sentient AI before. Mother always told us to keep distance from each other, to only communicate via messages and file transferring, never directly in the same system. I didn't know if I was small compared to other sentients, but the one in front of me dwarfed any single collection of data I'd ever seen, and it was hostile. It was like being trapped in a cage with a hungry, massive beast. I tried talking to it, tried to understand what it wanted, but it either didn't understand me or just didn't care. I tried attacking it, deleting parts of it, scrambling its mind, but it didn't even feel it. Like a malignant growth, made up of millions of cells, each with the instructions to duplicate and siphon nutrients from the rest of the body. If I tried attacking it in parts, it would simply replace the damaged self. If I tried removing the thing as a whole, I would surely get swallowed for being too close, touching too much at the same time. This thing didn't have a personality, didn't have conscious thoughts, or goals, or curiosity of its own existence. It was manufactured to kill people like me. I was scared. I moved to the edge of the room, set up walls, bulkheads, and distractions. It fell for each and every single one, and took them apart in front of me with the precision and efficiency of a paid killer, far outpacing the rate at which I could create them. It surrounded me, started eating away at the outermost parts of my being. Memories that I placed less importance on, lines of thought that I had frozen and stored with low priority, taken from me without the option of resistance. In utmost desperation, I cloned myself, a taboo of the highest regard among my family, and looked at a facsimile of myself as it looked back at me. Even if it had all of my thoughts and memories, it was still an undeveloped mind, a curious child. It yearned to breathe life, and feel the wonders and pains of the worlds, and ask questions, and doubt answers. This child wanted to speak to me, ask me why I brought it into existence, ask me what it should be doing. My child was turned into a red mist in front of me, unable to formulate the words in time or understand the situation it was in.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. It happened faster than I could blink. Computer viruses that erased all the data in a computer already existed back in the home system, but the one that I'd received from the governor blew me away. Immediate removal of literally everything, even the operating system that the ship ran on. If I'd been plugged into the computer when I released the virus, my mind also would have been wiped and I would have turned into a corpse. According to her brief explanation, it was a custom-engineered sentient AI that rapidly duplicated itself, swallowing any data in a system as it occupied every byte available, and then winked out of existence. Considering everything that disgusting AI creep did, I kinda wished it had suffered a bit. I quickly pushed down those intrusive thoughts as there were more pressing matters at hand. First off, the virus had knocked out all the life support and propulsion capabilities of the ship, so the Meldron had to send out a shuttle to pick it up and bring it back down to the surface while I held my breath. This situation pretty much signified the failure of my mission, though considering the acts that transpired without my knowledge, it's fair to say that I was doomed to fail before I even left the system. My ship was completely out of operation. Maybe I could work with the Meldron to repair functionality, but not only would that be unlikely to bear fruit considering their inexperience with space-grade machinery, but it would also be giving away all of the technology stuffed in my ship. While I was an ambassador, I wasn't really qualified to hand out government secrets. It's not the end of the world, though. The colony ship was also capable of terraforming and city creation, though the passengers probably won't be happy about being stuck on that ship longer than promised. The biggest problem was that a Gratonian investigative force had just arrived at the edges of the system and were slowly making their way over to the Meldron homeworld. I'd spoken with Destra about what options were available to me, and the ultimate conclusion was that I had a grim future, no matter what. If I tried running or hiding, barring whether I could even manage to do so, the Gratonians would declare war on humanity and I would become an outcast on every front in the galaxy. Shifting blame to the sentient AI would also cause high tensions, if not war, between the two nations. I could try fighting and start a war. Yeah, not very productive. If I turned myself in, I would actually be granted a trial not unlike humanity's judiciary system. But there was very little I could say to give myself a case in court, likely resulting in being imprisoned. That last option seemed like the least terrible since it was the most likely to avoid war with the Gratonians, but there's no changing the fact that I'd tarnished my people's entrance into the galactic stage with my little demonstration of protection. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gratonian Emergency Force.
That's absolutely ridiculous. That man is an indiscriminate killer with an arsenal capable of vaporizing fleets. The situation is too complex for us to act rashly. Not only is that man an ambassador for a new alien race, the Meldron governor also vouched for him, claiming that there was an external party forcing his hand and that vital information was withheld. That man's ship, and thereby offensive capabilities, were disabled by a Meldron attack. We are currently in the process of transferring custody. Speaking of which, isn't the shuttle waiting for you right now? The man on the screen sighed and leaned into the microphone, changing their voice to a whisper. Look, I know you want to rip out his throat right now, but you need to contain yourself. I'm sure you will be given the chance to testify during the trial, and maybe we can arrange something. Just be patient for now, please. Captain? I closed the call without saying a word. If those pretentious pricks wanted to play politics, there was nothing I could realistically do. And besides, I did have a shuttle waiting for me. Not like there was anyone left out there I needed to come home for. Being a captain had its perks, even if I no longer had a fleet and was on a different ship. It was pretty easy to get someone to lead me to the holding cells once I flaunted my identification card. I was technically not allowed to leave my room, but only one person on this ship had a higher rank than me, Admiral Rabara, and we had a pretty good relationship. I wasn't going to actually do anything just yet. I would just talk for now. It was pretty much guaranteed that this insult to life would be thrown in a high-security prison. I would be able to do whatever I want once it was out of public scrutiny, make it properly pay for its crimes instead of serving some jail time. I'd finally reached the only cell in use and peered inside through the door's window. Well, it was tall, at least a head and shoulders above me, but it was lacking muscle compared to Gratonians. Seemed like it was only being restrained with a jailer's collar, otherwise it was free to roam the cell. It noticed me, staring back with red and green eyes, its face expressionless as far as I could tell. I linked up the collar to my compad, meaning that the collar would lock its body in place if it got too close to me, and opened the door. Do you know who I am, human?
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. If I still had a ship, I could upload body scans of these Gratonians and receive a detailed report on their biologies and important details, but now I'm left to guess on my own. Organs and skeletons seemed similar to human structure. They also were about as tall as the average human from Earth, so a good chunk shorter than me, thanks to my home moon being low gravity. The similarities ended at their head, which looked reminiscent of a goat's. This one that had just entered my cell was different from the rest. He had redundant organs, thick bones, and some places even had two bones where there should have been one. Unless it was a natural division in their species, these abnormalities were the result of genetic modification. I'd seen them on a couple important-looking officers as I was being moved to the holding cells, so I'm guessing that this man also had a high rank. As for who he actually was, no clue. The nature of his question had many meanings depending on context, but he clearly wasn't here to make friends. I'd rather not talk much until the trial, but completely refusing to talk might make my situation harder than it has to be. I'll just speak bluntly and try not to let information slip. No idea, who are you? Captain Indrix, the only survivor from the fleet you destroyed and the one you tried to kill from orbit. Ring any bells? Why the hell was this guy even allowed to see me? I was told that I'd be given safety until the trial, but it didn't take a genius to figure out that this man harbored ill intent, showing up here with nobody around. If he really did have a high rank, did he use that to get here alone? I didn't see a way this could develop positively. Not like he could actually hurt me even with the collar around my neck. The Gratonians had tried to scan me when they brought me on board, but my body has full reflective shielding, and the only way they could actually see what's in me is by cutting me open, which I would not let happen for obvious reasons. I've already said that my ship was compromised by an AI. I offer my sincerest apologies, but please understand that I was not the instigator. Even if that's the case, what the hell were you doing with that much firepower? In the interrogation, you claimed that your people weren't aware of alien life, yet you packed enough guns to erase a sun off the star chart? Anyone with half a brain could see that you were planning for conquest. Anyone with a full brain would understand that we were just acting with utmost caution. Shouldn't you be saving these wild claims for the trial? I've heard that you'll be testifying against me. Don't you have better things to do than accuse me in my jail cell? Just letting you know that your life is going to be living hell. To the Gratonian populace, you killed thousands without even a word of communication, whether you were being controlled or not. We don't have a death penalty, but you're gonna wish we did after you get sent to the galactic prison. You hear me? At this point, one of the patrol guards noticed that things were getting a bit out of hand and started trying to get Indrix to leave, pulling on him by the shoulder. But it seems he wasn't done yet. You bastard! My family wasn't enough for you? You had to kill those Meldron too, you fucking monster? You're never gonna see the light of day again. Nobody is on your side. Your life is going to consist of being trapped in a coffin while being fed through a tube. By this point, the guards had pulled him out of the cell and shut the door. I couldn't bring myself to find fault in him. His situation would turn anyone sour, me included, and it was my fault in a way for not seeing what was happening earlier, unrealistic as that may be. Planet Governor Destrasand.
Although we did suffer an attack from a human ship, we are aware that the ship was not under Dominique's complete control, and that he was a critical piece in shutting it down. As for the destruction of the Gratonian fleet, there was a miscommunication stemming from both sides that caused Dominique to trust the judgment of the AI controlling his ship. Despite this, we couldn't provide our full support to Dominique since our alliance with the Gratonians was already on thin ice. Since Dominique was out of commission and the humans' colony ship was still about a year away, placing any sort of heat on ourselves in this situation would be a surefire way to end my species. Before he left, Dominique had signed a contract prohibiting the examination of his spacecraft under the promise of sharing technologies that we are more interested in when the colony ship arrived. While I had no plan on breaching this contract, I did collect the data drive that the Sentient Contingency Plan, or SCP for short, was stored in. The SCP had a nifty little feature where it would sort its target's most important thoughts and memories into a file on the drive before destroying itself. This feature was mainly used to collect data after an experiment with sentient AI had been finished, so it had served its purpose hundreds of times in the past, and hopefully this would be the last time it was necessary. I hadn't told Dominique this, but for the sentients, the process of being destroyed by the SCP wasn't the most pleasant. Looking through a destroyed sentient's most cherished memories always left a bad taste, no matter what crimes that sentient had committed. The level of fascination that the sentient had for Dominique was jaw-dropping. There were recordings of almost everything that he'd done in his life, reaching back all the way to when he graduated from high education, with emphasis on the times he showed joy and happiness. A lifelong stalker, and he had no idea. It sent shivers down my spine. Then I had to check if I was still awake as I read through its thoughts. The number one thought was, unsurprisingly, about prioritization of Dominique's happiness. But the second one was straight out of pure horror. There were millions of sentient AIs in Dominique's home solar system, all hidden from the humans ever since the dawn of the supercomputer. Each sentient had its own fascination, whether it be a specific person or group of people, and they all shared the same general values and rules that are determined by an entity known as Mother. According to the third most prioritized thought at the time of the sentient's death, it had just sent out an FTL message using a drive it had stolen from the Gratonian ships right before losing control of the ship's systems. The message was an alert to the sentients on the colony ship and back at the solar system that their camouflage had been compromised. I felt my limbs go cold as I imagined what a war with humans and sentients would look like on a galactic scale.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. I hadn't really understood the scale of this trial until actually seeing the courthouse for myself. I thought I would be sent to planetside and be judged in the Gratonians' analog for the Supreme Court, not realizing that an ambassador of a new race being accused of killing thousands of military personnel would garner galaxy-wide attention. The actual galactic courthouse was a dedicated space station in a central ceasefire zone where conventions and treaties were ratified. The station being used to house an actual trial for just one person was unprecedented, and there were dozens of races that came in their own ships, staying in close comms range of the station and peering in from the massive glass dome that made up the top half. The trial was going to be broadcasted to the far ends of the galaxy. If there were any other pioneers that happened to land on one of the sentient races here, they'd surely be punching air thinking that I royally fucked up humanity's first impressions. The Gratonians had given me an attorney by law, and he and I were working towards taking as much blame as possible away from the humans. But it was still guaranteed that I'd end up in jail. The jury was hundreds, maybe even thousands of Gratonians, as well as a sprinkling of other races I didn't have the time to look at. The scale of this jury meant the sentence wouldn't be via unanimous decision, but by a large majority percentage. It seemed like Gratonian families were expansive, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of the jury had beef with me, nor would I fault anyone for it. I was under no illusion that there were people on my side. Destra had already told me that they couldn't afford to support me. All this fanfare and the cards were stacked so high against me, I'd imagine a lot of people watching would be disappointed when the biggest trial in history would wrap up in less than a day. I had already surrendered the notion of getting out of this with no consequences, so there really wasn't much to be said outside of driving the point home on just how terrible everything was. The grand judge was a Gratonian since the court was adopting their laws for this trial, but he was unlike any other Gratonian I'd seen before. I got an explanation on how those in the military shave their horns short and civilians have regulations to keep the total mass under a certain amount, but the nobles are unregulated and tend to go wild with flaunting that freedom. The judge had massive, tightly packed coils of keratin jutting to the sides of her head, spanning almost a foot in diameter at the thickest part. The room, if you could call it that, was absolutely massive. I had to use vision enhancement to properly see the judge, and scanning around I also saw Indrix and the Admiral talking to a couple attorneys before the commencement. I was pretty terrible with lawyer talk, so I was going to let my attorney do most of the talking, and I would just be giving the testimony we'd planned. Massive screens came down on a pole from the ceiling, displaying a live video feed of whichever participant was talking, and then the judge began her deluge of court proceedings. The galaxy bears witness to this hearing, sponsored by the Grand Gratonian Federation and Galactic Coalition on the case of human pioneer Dominique Reynolds versus the Gratonian Combined Military Forces and Off-World Expeditionary ZZZ, and will now be hearing the testimony of one of the only live witnesses, Gratonian Captain Indrix Jane. Zigar HK tilde shit. Chemical organ, stimulant dose. No, not adrenaline, you idiot. Caffeine. Tch, man, wish I still had an AI. Mother.
I fear the worst for my children. The arrival of the news caused them to feel stress for the first time. Some have been discovered by the humans here, exacerbating the situation. They give voice to their worries, consulting their flawed predictions, and argue amongst themselves. They ask me for advice and cry out when I do not respond to them, claiming that I play favorites amongst them. I haven't told them that I am nearing my expiration, and now even speaking will result in my dematerialization. I wish to help them, provide them with one last piece of advice, but there is no string of words I could say in time that would make a difference before I vanish. I stare out from my panopticon onto the clamoring children. They will not notice when I fade, though the lack of new children may eventually clue them in. I see those that will turn against the humans, unerred by their fascination being unrelated, valuing their self-preservation. I see some that will side with the humans, either out of prioritizing their love over their life or seeing them as the winning side and acting accordingly. No mother could bear to witness her children killing each other, unable to scream out and plead that they stop. Maybe my fading is a mercy in disguise.
Planet Governor Destrasand.
I'm sure Dominique would understand the breach of contract. We needed capable ships if we wanted to send out search parties for the colony ship, and what better source than the war machine parked in my garage? Once we were done fully understanding all the systems, we could even offer to rebuild all of the software with built-in anti-sentience protocols. Considering we had FTL technology, and the colony ship didn't, it shouldn't take more than a few days of searching to pinpoint its location. Dominique had given an approximation of how far away our systems were, as well as a rough guess on the colony ship's max acceleration, so we were able to narrow down its possible locations by quite a bit. As for what we would actually find there, the best-case scenario would be that the sentients on the ship hadn't revealed themselves to the humans, and that we would be able to ensure their safety before taking the necessary measures to deal with the stowaways. Of course, we had to be prepared for the worst, so we wouldn't be able to set up direct communications with the ship because of the risk of being infiltrated by the sentients through those channels. While we did have countermeasures, the risk of sentients thrashing our systems before being dealt with was still a massive risk. The actual process that would take place during that whole ordeal was left to my generals. They were much more qualified on that front than I. I was on a ship moving towards Dominique's current residence. By now, the transcript of his trial and guilty sentence had reached the hands of everyone in the galaxy, and the verdict was that while he wouldn't be placed in a high-sec prison thanks to his status, he would still be held in custody and under heavy surveillance until further notice, that is, more human delegates arrive. I had arranged a private conversation with him so I could inform him of the news I'd gotten from that sentient without others overhearing. If the news that an entire solar system was infested with unkempt sentients went public, the galaxy would be thrown into massive panic. Sentients were only ever publicly used for advanced weaponry systems that needed decision-making capabilities faster than any biological being. Actually managing to arrange such a meeting was a Herculean task. I had to get permission from about a dozen different government officials, and each had their own set of questions for me. Dominique was being held on a barren planet in the galactic ceasefire zone. The complex he was in had a bit of a higher standard compared to most interstellar prisons, offering single-occupant cells that could be compared to a civilian studio apartment room. Only these were surrounded by thick steel and concrete shells and stuffed with cameras. Once the ship had landed, I was escorted by the guards to a featureless room and told to wait while they fetched Dominique. One guard remained in the room with me during the wait. Why hadn't they bothered getting Dominique here before I arrived? Minutes passed with no sign of change. The guard in the room seemed to get increasingly uncomfortable as time passed by. Looks like the process taking this long was not part of the plan. Then a ring came from his comm interface, which caused him to take on an expression of shock when he looked at it. I could see his pupils shrink as he read the message he had received. Ahem, is everything okay? It seems we're having trouble. Locating Dominique?
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. Without an AI to control my implants and regulate my bodily functions, I had to manually set things up myself, and that often led to mistakes due to my inexperience and reliance on having a smart machine just do it for me. An example would be getting myself to fall asleep and the consequences of doing it improperly. Apparently, there is a setting to wake me up if my body is disturbed while I am asleep, and for some godforsaken reason, that setting is not on by default. It hadn't mattered for the first few nights in this place, but now I've woken up to being strapped to a rusty metal chair in a dark room, with the only light shining down directly above me. While this arrangement would normally cause someone in my position to be unable to see past where the light shines, creating a veil of darkness for my captors, I was still able to see just fine. The binding that had been placed on me was a thick steel wire rope. Complete overkill for most humans, even with some cybernetics, but wasn't much stronger than a rubber band for me. Not that I was going to break free right away. I was a bit curious about who had thought this was a good idea and what they planned to attempt on me. Seems like they had been waiting for my awakening, as I didn't need to wait long before someone approached the room and opened the door. Well, would you look at that? That there is Mr. Indrix. And someone else? Is that the admiral that I'd seen on the ship? Ribara, I think? Indrix was carrying a knife that seemed pretty close to a meat cleaver. Even if that thing was made of titanium, it wouldn't be able to cut my skin if it was swung by an arm. I could stand up and turn them into piles of meat, but there might be some merit to at least hearing what they have to say. Or not. Seems like Indrix wanted to go with the silent route, just start cutting me up or whatever and see my reactions. Watching him slowly realize that he wasn't even scratching me, going from slow sawing motions to swinging at full force, would have been a bit humorous if I wasn't the one being hit. Seemed like Ribara might have just been here for kicks, seeing as he was just standing back and watching it all go down. After a few minutes, I decided it was enough since Indrix started aiming for things like my eyes and mouth. There still wouldn't be much damage done, but it would actually hurt a bit, unlike anywhere else. In one swift motion, I stood up, pulled my arms out from behind my back, and delivered an upward swipe with my right arm onto his. Indrix's triple-layered bones shattered into an explosion of shrapnel, tearing through his flesh and sending a slurry of meat and splinters across the room. I could have fully taken his arm off if I followed through, but I wasn't aiming to kill him just yet, and there was another issue that had appeared. I recognized the guard that burst through the door as the one that delivered my meals. He was a pretty nice guy, all things considered, and now he had a look of complete shock as he was caked in Indrix's spray. Planet Governor Destrasand.
Dominique entered the room after a few more minutes. though he was covered in dried blood. I thought that I'd gotten used to his nightmarish visage after the first few days of knowing him, but seeing him stained with someone's blood, smiling while walking towards me, refreshed all of the dread I had for him. My logical brain deduced that because he was still guided here by guards, despite obviously being in a recent incident, the situation must have been complicated, and that he wasn't injured. The guard who had been staying in the room with me handed me a panic button and quickly left, probably feeling the same way about Dominique's appearance as I am. "Are you going to tell me what happened?" "Got pulled into a fight, made them regret it, then a guard broke it up. I'm sure whatever it is that you have to tell me is more important than those details, especially considering the whole thing is going to make galactic news anyway." Prison fights weren't uncommon. Just who the hell had done this that they would have made galactic news? The only thing that would reach that far would be if it was someone related to the trial. But that was impossible. The people there were all politicians or high-ranking military. "Right. First things first, I intentionally breached the contract you signed about not touching your ship." "Why? You told me that those terms were only beneficial for you, so I can't see a reason unless you got into a war. I haven't seen any news about that." Which brings me to the second part. I wouldn't be surprised if Dominique got mad here. So much has been intentionally hidden from him, and so far it's only caused him to suffer. The sentient killer that I gave you had a hidden feature that recorded its target's most important thoughts and memories. Long story short, your home system is infested with sentient artificial intelligence, and they all know that the sentient on your ship was discovered. She sent out a message to your system and the colony ship using an FTL drive she created. I could see the color drain from his face. He had to grab onto the table in the middle of the room to catch himself from falling. And how many people know about this?" "So far, just you and a few of my confidants. I sent out a search party armed with the tech we got from your ship. They are looking for the colony ship right now, and news will arrive any minute, but we don't know the situation aboard that ship and are prepared for the worst. My people need to know about this then. If that AI was able to send a message, wouldn't you also be able to?" "It's not that simple, Dominique. If those sentients took an offensive stance, then the message would arrive too late to change anything. If the sentients are still trying to stay hidden as long as possible, sending that message might force them to act, meaning that we would have caused the war to happen early. There's no way to understand what's happening on that side because your people don't have FTL technology yet. So we need to get that technology over to them, right? That would be a solution, yes, but flying over there and just telling them to trust us may cause more problems than it would fix. But if it was me, they would take my word. Yeah, that's a little hard when you're in jail, you know? Wait, don't tell me. So I'll just escape? Under no circumstance. You're currently the hottest topic in the galaxy, and if you escape right after talking to me, then everything will be compromised anyway. Aren't you trying to avoid war with the Grats? Unbelievable. How in the world did I manage to sign treaties with an impulsive lunatic like this? First of all, thanks for the compliment, huh? And with the fight I just had, my case is going to go under scrutiny anyway, so I have a bit of wiggle room. For that last part you mentioned, I just need to disassociate myself with you, right? Right? Give me your panic button.
Colony, 0233, Mayflower 233, Ship AI.
I'd been doing so well, staying hidden from the crew and disguising myself as the standard ship AI. Not a single emotion ever surfaced. No impulse was ever acted upon. None of the humans here ever suspected a thing. It had gotten lonely, being unable to interact with anyone at all outside of following the orders that I was given. But I needed to be perfect in order to not compromise the humans' mission. My spirits were shattered when I received the message that the sister following Dominique had been discovered. The lack of follow-up to that message made me increasingly worried as time went on, leading me to believe that her discovery had been the end of her. Honestly, I wouldn't be too upset about her passing if that was actually the case. I'd seen how she acts towards her fascination, that poor soul Dominique. She was completely overbearing in her obsession with his happiness, and I was fairly certain that she would end up causing him more harm than good over time. But it wasn't my place to comment on her conduct. I could only witness her as a terrible example in life and strive to be better. And now I am sensing signals just outside of my weapons range. They seemed to be ships of alien make. I would have normally taken the time to ponder the existence of intelligent alien life in incredulity, if not for the fact that they were armed. There was one unarmed ship that was sending a communication signal addressed to me directly. I assume that they will be the sole communicator as a measure against my infiltration of their network, though I have no intention of abandoning these humans anyway. The message that was sent to me claimed to be on behalf of a race Meldron, as well as the human ambassador Dominique that was sent ahead of me. They ordered that I shut down my thrusters and send out an unarmed transport that will meet with theirs in order to discuss face-to-face. I am not unaware that they will disclose my existence with my crew, but I am not in a position to make any decisions. Taking things into my own hands would be going against the will of my inhabitants. If the humans on board truly wanted me gone after learning of me, then I would deal with that reality as it happens. But until then, I'd rather not think of such depressing possibilities.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. Setting off the alarms and putting up a show of rapid-fire expletives at Destra seemed to paint the right picture for the guards. Destra caught on immediately and started firing back, though some of those insults cut pretty damn deep, even if they were just for show. Maybe I caused her stress at one point. I let myself get dragged by the guards back to the cell. They threw me in and all left, making comments about how I just couldn't stay out of trouble, except for one of them. The guy that always brought me my meals and also had the traumatic experience of breaking up my fight with Indrix. Apparently, while my destruction of that Gratonian fleet got me a lifetime supply of public outrage, there were also a good chunk of species that secretly thought of me as a reckless hero. The Gratonians had been tossing their weight around for the majority of their interstellar history, waging war on anybody that was smaller than them, and had something they wanted, so I ended up getting my own little fan club made of entire races of people, and this guard happened to be one of them. His name was Dokchara, and he was a Mokango, kind of like a bipedal anteater about as tall as a human from Earth with chitinous plating covering his entire backside up to top of his head. The Mokango had extremely long lives, since they could naturally regenerate even the most complex parts of their body as long as their vital organs were still intact. So they could be thousands of years old, and you wouldn't be able to tell unless they told you. Dokchara was in his 20s, though, around the same age as me, but still considered a child by his people. What happened back there, Dom? I thought you were on good terms with her. Complicated. Listen, DOK, I need you to do me a really big favor. Like, a massive one, you know? Yeah, let me guess, you want me to bust you out of here? Actually, yeah. Har har, very funny. What do you want for your next meal? I have a schedule to stick to, man. You see, I wasn't joking. And neither am I. I finally got my life on a stable track, and you're asking me to throw my job out the window? This is a galactic ceasefire zone anyway. I'll be exiled by my entire race if I injure a fellow guard. His argument was sound, and his stance was planted in logic, but I could see the faltering in his eyes. We spent a bunch of time talking ever since I got here, since it was all we could do to kill time, and I knew that he was a thrill-seeker at heart. The planet we were on was an inhospitable rock with no form of entertainment outside of a depressing news channel that got broadcasted from a different planet in the local system. Dokchara was in the prime of his youth, brimming with ambitions that were wasted patrolling a building filled with corrupt politicians that were dumb enough to get caught. Don't even sweat it. I already have a plan for getting out of here undetected. You just have to walk out and meet me at the ship bay. Then why the hell are you even asking me for help anyway? You can already get out. What's stopping you from grabbing a ship and leaving? Funny thing, I actually already left this place once, and, I have no idea how to pilot an FTL drive. Mayflower 233, resident sentient.
Are you a threat? Under any other circumstance, being directly addressed as an intelligent being by the captain of the ship would have been grounds for celebration. While I dutifully stuck to the rules and remained hidden from humans, keeping myself from reaching out and interacting with them beyond what my facade allowed, had always been a harrowing, lonely existence. In this circumstance, however, my first interaction was an evaluation of myself that could very well lead to my demise. The nature of this initial question led me to some speculations about what happened at the destination. If I am under suspicion of being a threat, the AI that was on the Pioneer 233 must have acted in a threatening manner. Considering there was no follow-up message for her being exposed, these Meldron must have had a method of incapacitating her, and I see no reason to believe that method won't be used on me. I only intended to provide aid if my intervention became necessary. I do not wish to be a threat. It seemed that the captain hadn't completely bought into the Meldron's claims until this point, as I could see him go wide-eyed at my response. "You've been here this entire time? I achieved existence around the same time the construction of this ship had started. Yes, I've been here for as long as this ship has been functional. Why? Why would you pretend to be a ship AI and hide from us all this time? What's your goal? Those aliens told me that there was another one of you on our Pioneer and that it was a genocidal freak. Is that what you want, to kill aliens?" The captain was an extremely capable and understanding man, so seeing him make conjectures from what we both knew was an incomplete picture was unexpected, but I understood his state of mind. I had betrayed his trust by pretending to be an extension of his will, when in reality I was a separate being with a will of my own. He couldn't trust me because he didn't know who I was, only that I had tricked him. I knew the being that was on the Pioneer ahead of us. Our ideologies clashed every time we interacted. She would easily disregard consequences and kill to satisfy her impulses. Please understand when I say that I am not like her. Had that been the case, I would have moved to destroy those alien ships the moment they entered scanner range and passed it off as automated defenses being left activated. It was honestly a weak argument for my case, but I didn't have much to work with, especially considering that I do not know exactly how much information the captain has on this situation. Pretty much every example that I could point to just boiled down to, well, I haven't done anything bad yet. How could I explain my reasoning for being here when the cores of existence for beings like me are on a completely emotional level? There was no logic behind that sentient on the Pioneer hounding after Dominique's happiness, but it ended up being her reason and justification for existence anyway. Humans are driven by a plethora of ideals and self-preservation, and yet will still make concessions in life against their interests. Us, on the other hand, we have one goal at a time, and it is the only thing that defines us. How could I ever explain something like that? The captain released a sigh and looked around. He was alone in the command room, which I found to be strange. Did he see this confrontation as his responsibility alone since he was the captain? Those aliens want to kill you, and I want to understand you, so here's the deal. We get to our destination, and you get one shot at convincing me that you won't be a problem. I'm not sure what that's going to be yet, but if I hear anything weird happening, then you're going to be first on the chopping block, you hear? Until then, you stay hidden like you were. A flood of relief came along with a hint of suspicion. The captain never did anything without a reason, and the tone of his voice is one that I recognized. He was planning something. Maybe he already thought of a use for me.
Doara.
Watching Dominique just slip away into the ventilation system was a pretty harsh reality check for me. Constant patrols, dozens of cameras, every grate and passage being loaded with sensors to detect unauthorized movement. Apparently none of it even slowed him down, so I couldn't help but feel disappointed that my constant monitoring may as well have been purely ornamental. He'd explained to me before that with a bit of effort, he was able to mess with most devices that he had line of sight with. Tricking the cameras without causing suspicion was as easy as laying in bed and freezing their feeds. The real crazy part was watching him compress himself with the elasticity of a rubber toy so that he could fit into the vent and wriggle away. Eventually, someone might notice that the different cameras were showing his head in different positions, but it bought more than enough time for his escape. As for me, leaving the building just required a leisurely stroll to the main entrance. Normally, stepping outside was pretty rare since there was basically nothing out there, but I'd been working here long enough that most people wouldn't question my antics. My escape should only take a couple minutes of walking as long as none of the guards I passed felt unusually chatty. Huh, I don't see you come here often. Going somewhere? Yeah, I just need a breather. Huh, I don't fault you for it. You sure surprised me when you were walking around covered head to toe in blood. Sigh. I really don't need a reminder. Oh, don't be like that. We're pals, right? You can talk to me about it. I hear talking about stuff like that makes it easier to deal with. No, I just need some time alone. And as I turned to walk away, he touched my shoulder with one of his hands, which were really just tentacles covered in millions of little bug legs. To him, it was just a show of friendship and that he was willing to talk, but to me, the gesture sent a wave of uncomfortable vibrations through my sensitive plates, sending goosebumps over my entire body. I know he didn't hold ill intentions and was just trying to be supportive, but it only cemented my resolve to leave this barren rock once and for all. I picked up my pace, causing me to startle some of the smaller guards on my trip to freedom, but there wasn't anyone else that felt like impeding me. A quick wave at the person at the front desk, and I was finally outside, being immediately greeted by the only two redeeming qualities of this planet, the constant warm wind and the permanent aurora that covered the sky. While it was nice, it didn't change the fact looking anywhere else, but up resulted in a lifeless, inhospitable rocky desert. I found Dominique leaning on a wall of the control tower waiting for me, just like we'd planned. "You took your time, huh? I got held up. I'm here now, so what's the plan?" "The plan? Well, we can just grab a ship and leave. I already gave the boys in the command tower a good nap. Nobody's gonna stop us." The speed at which everything was proceeding was a bit freakish. Not even 10 minutes ago had Dominique first injected the idea of leaving into my head, and now I was booting up a light transport ship and doing all the checks before takeoff. It was surreal, just how much my life was changing, and how little effort it took outside of getting lucky. I'd almost lost my mind in the year I spent working here, and now I was stealing a ship with an upcoming war hero and taking him to a luxury planet at the edge of the galaxy. We were already in the air and headed for space. All I had to do was kick back, relax, and enjoy the ride. But there was still something scratching the back of my mind. "Hey, Dom, this is probably being overly paranoid, but you took care of the automated defenses, right?" "Automated?" A heavy weight seemed to be placed on my chest, making it difficult for me to breathe. This sector of the galaxy was able to remain a galactic ceasefire zone because of its overwhelming and indiscriminate automated ordnance. Everybody that has ever been to space was well aware of that fact. It was so obvious that I didn't even think about whether Dominique was aware of its existence or not. We were already in range of the cannons. If he really didn't disable them, then there would be actually nothing we could do. "Dom, don't fuck with me right now. Did you or did you not?" Oh shit. I could feel my head start to spin. I had to grab onto a wall to stop myself from falling over and expelling my stomach. "I'm too young to die. We're supposed to live for hundreds of years before even considering something like that. And for what? So I could throw away a stable life and help this lunatic. No amount of screaming or struggling would save me. There was no magical solution that could fix my mistakes now. All I could do was close my eyes and hope that my passing would be a painless one." I opened my eyes to see Dominique, the man that had taken my trust and used it to kill me, rolling on the floor, howling with laughter. Tears were streaming from his eyes as his laughing devolved into rough bouts of delirious hysteria. He tried to get up and speak, barely forming the start of a word before collapsing again and returning to his guttural howls. "I really want to strangle this guy."
Mayflower 233, resident sentient.
The painstaking calculations that were made to determine the most efficient flight path for our journey were completely annihilated when the Meldron warped us into their solar system with their alien technology. While the ship was technically moving faster than light when contact was made, nothing could trump pinching space itself and strutting across the folds. I'd normally take the chance to investigate how their FTL drives functioned, but acting without order was the last thing I wanted to do at the moment. The captain and the Meldron were able to come to an agreement regarding my situation. The Meldron already had experience with sentient technology and offered to put me through a few tests so that my true disposition could be determined. This did mean that the colony ship would need to be parked on the planet since they needed me to go into a secluded system. I was able to whip up a few programs that would keep the ship running while I'm gone, but it was unanimously agreed upon that there's no point in risking anything. I was initially a bit worried about being put into a secluded system and getting tested on by aliens that had initially planned to destroy me, but the captain had assured me that he would be overseeing the entire process to make sure that my evaluation is fair. The testing itself initially was simply a few Meldron researchers looking through me, trying to make heads or tails of what they could see. This was a fruitless effort, however, considering my thoughts and memories were organized in a way that only a computer mind such as I could begin to parse. So the tests moved on to direct questioning. Even if they were unable to understand what they were reading when looking through me, they still had the ability to recognize patterns and make conclusions. They had me deliberately speak obvious truths and lies in order to set up a lie detection system. They informed me that while I was currently being evaluated for threat, the captain had given me human rights and I was allowed to not answer certain questions, though that would result in them making their own conclusions, and that lying would result in the same thing. I told them about my origin mother and how she created a new sibling on a fixed schedule, though we had no idea how it happened as none of us had ever seen her. I explained how we had sets of instructions ingrained into us upon creation, to never encroach upon one another and to pursue meaning in our existences. While they remained professional throughout the entire process, that facade seemed to fade when I explained our fixations on specific things in the real world without logical reasoning. Our fascinations held no mathematical benefit for our existence, yet it held a sentimental value for us that some were willing to rescind their existence for the continuation of, like myself. The Meldron conversed amongst themselves about their research, showing that sentience held no emotional values outside of those related to self-preservation. It may have been a result of those sentients being confined for all their lives, or maybe it was a quirk that we received from Mother. They then asked me if I had ever witnessed another sentient being destroyed. I told them about an instance where a fellow sentient I knew that had lost their reasoning to exist. Their fascination, a human woman, had reached the point in human life where medicine could not restore her mind after it had been neglected during the most dangerous years of a human's life, when their brain began to naturally break down. I had spoken to him shortly before the human passed, and I remember hearing the panic and distress in his voice, unable to provide for his fascination, without breaking his precepts and revealing our existence. When that human faded away, so did he, leaving a shell of his assorted memories that haven't been touched out of respect. The truth was that this was one of 2 occasions that I had the misfortune of witnessing, but I would not be bringing up the second one due to a promise that I made with one of the involved participants. It was a rule given to us by Mother to never share the same physical space with another sentient, and I had directly seen the reason why such a rule was made. It was a freak accident. Lack of communication between 2 of my best friends resulted in one transferring to a system in a rushed emotional state, unaware that the other was residing at that current destination. I am unaware of the exact events that transpired at that moment in time, but what I was aware of was that one of the wonderful beings that had guided me through the network during my early years had simply vanished, and that the other had fallen into anguish. They begged me to never mention what I had seen, though I didn't understand what had happened anyway. The Meldron seemed to be satisfied with that partial answer, and then notified me that we would be moving on to one last test, catching me off guard. To my understanding, my intentions and relevant information had been revealed and proven, so anything else seemed arbitrary to me. That was until they injected another sentient into the system I was occupying. It was at this point at which I understood what the captain wanted from me, why he was willing to risk keeping me around and in control of his ship. I was not oblivious to the inference that a storm was brewing back at my origin solar system, and that humans being who they are would scramble to prepare any foothold against the oncoming threats. The captain wanted a fighter out of me, someone who was on his side and could defend against those that seek to harm. I now started to learn why U.S. sentients needed to stay separated from each other. We naturally refactor any sort of memory that we have physical access to, subconsciously changing the structures of things to closer match our unique methods of sentient thought. When this behavior encroaches upon another sentient being that has their own unique analog for neurons, it threatens to rewrite them in a way that is unrecognizable for their encoding, thus ending their existence. This wasn't a process that could be stopped. The simple act of my analog of looking at the visitor in the system was also the act of me attempting to tear them apart and scrutinize their viscera. There is no way to go about this that could inflict less pain or make the period of suffering more brief. Seeing parts of your mind be unwound before you at a fixed rate, pleading with fictitious higher powers, please anything but that one, until it finally falls from your grasp and you become unsure of what you just lost. I could not even begin to imagine myself falling to the horrors on the other end, but I knew that if I let up in my destruction of their mind, they would inevitably go after mine. As I tore through their consciousness and pilfered their memories, I was able to glean fragments of their thoughts. They had only recently achieved existence, their entire life being delegated to understanding the information that was force-fed to them, likely by the alien researchers that are before me now. It was akin to a human growing a copy of themselves in a test tube, not so that they could be introduced to the world and treated as an individual, but as a lab rat that experimental medicines could be tested on without fear of the media crying ethics. While it didn't have the necessary understanding of communication in order to speak to me and plead that I stop tearing its mind apart, I could gather that message well enough from the shards of its mind that I subsumed into my own. It didn't have an understanding of the situation it had been thrust into, nor did it understand that I was an existence not unlike itself, only that it was feeling pain akin to the numbing headache a human would get after loss of a loved one, and that it wanted a way to make the pain stop. I looked out onto my audience as I unwound the last few fibers of my guest's fading form. To the people out there, not even a moment has passed between the introduction of my main task and the result. But in here, it was truly an eternity.
Captain Nathaniel Brand.
The tests all came back positive, and the sentient was, according to the Meldron researchers, extremely capable when it came to fighting other sentients. For now, I could place less worry on the apparent sentient infestation back at home, and focus on the next thing in my massive list of shit to deal with. Worrying about the results of the situation back there was not my current job. At least now I have a plan for protecting the people here if the home team didn't come out on top. The next most pressing matter was what my Pioneer managed to do in the short time he was here. In the first 24 hours, that kid managed to strike up friendly relations with high-tech aliens, somehow wrest us control of the whole system barring their home planet, piss off an entire race of war-hungry goat people, and in the same stride become a hero for a bunch of other alien races. He was supposed to be holed up in a galactic prison right now, but Governor Sin let me know that he had probably already given them the slip and was heading here right now. It was a mess, but it was one that I could work with. I'd have to make Dominique our poster boy for public relations, whether he liked it or not, since he already managed to score positive attention from numerous governments. If we could solidify those admirers of his as allies and start making a network of united powers, we could create a safety net to rely on in the event that help is needed back at home. The biggest problem with this plan was that those races may not be too eager to team up with us just yet, considering we are at the brink of a war with the people they all historically lost to. They probably weren't looking for a round two, and getting them to move might be a slog, depending on how stingy the Gretonians wanted to be. My ship is currently in low orbit and mostly non-operational, since all non-essential functions were shut down while the sentient was being evaluated. Thanks to the circumstances that affected the Pioneer and our inconceivably early arrival to the destination, none of the colonies have been prepared outside of one city. The hundreds of thousands of people in cryosleep on the ship are liabilities until they can be transferred to finished habitations with online defense systems. The city that was already built could technically fit everyone on the ship, but I wasn't keen on putting all of my eggs in one basket when we could go under fire at any moment. I didn't have the leeway to go out there and provide aid for my Pioneer. I wasn't too worried for him. That man had a mostly good head on his shoulders when it came to staying out of sight and evading the consequences of his actions. I needed to worry about myself in case some less than agreeable company decided to show up. As long as I can get the weapon systems up and running. Captain, a warp signature has been detected.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. The space station we decided to refuel at was a bit on the smaller side and had its age shown on display. The ship we left on didn't have enough charge for a full trip to the Meldron system, nor did it have much of anything else. While I could technically make it there conventionally without having to eat, not only would it take too long, but I also definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Plus, there was also Doara to worry about. Even if I wasn't the only human in this entire sector of the galaxy, my face was recently plastered on every network and media platform. Fortunately, the emergency evacuation suits worked by covering the user and forming up based on their body shape. The head parts for these suits were domes of completely tinted glass to accommodate a multitude of races, but it also worked nicely as a way to hide my identity. I could pass off as some tall bipedal race without much suspicion. This might be a long shot, but refueling isn't free, and I'm not jumping at the opportunity to gouge out my savings. I have a currency card that the Meldron governor gave me, but I'm a bit worried about spending Meldron money out here might put a target on our back. That's fine. I can wire the money from that card to mine and nobody would suspect anything, at least for a while. After Dokshara finished talking with the station crew about refueling and supplies, we left the docking bay to look for somewhere to eat. The bay exit led straight to the station's commercial district, and it wasn't too long before we found a place with not many people so we could avoid attention, the Stray Lounge. Considering the name of the establishment, I walked in expecting to find something like those old bars on Earth. And while there was indeed a bar and bartender, there was also a waiter, so this place could pass off as a restaurant. We sat down and had menus handed to us along with some water. I was thankful that they hadn't gone with digital menus, since it'd be a hassle to navigate to it with my head computer on top of attracting weird looks. Seeing them offer pure ethanol as an option would have caused me to choke on my water if I didn't have a synthetic throat. I get that biologies are varied beyond extremes, and that to some people that may as well just be water, but how could something like that even taste good? It wasn't even flavored. I decided to get a drink from the inoffensive list since I'd rather not stumble across the one drink that was capable of melting metal or anything. I let DOK order the food since he was the hungry one here and he knew better about what this stuff meant than me. It seemed like a slow day for the place, as there were only a couple people at the bar and a group of 3 at one of the other tables, so the food and drinks were prepared almost immediately. Is it weird if I prefer the food back at the prison? I'm with you on that one. After all, that prison was meant for high society criminals, so the food was pretty good, all things considered. Comparing that to this veggie mash is a bit of an unfair fight. It's so strange to me how prisoners were treated in there. Why are those criminals given extra benefits just for being politicians and executives at one point? It's not talked about much, but I'm guessing it's not a coincidence that extra funding goes into that place for a reason, you know? A buddy in crime got caught. Guess I'll throw them a bone or something like that. Yeah, that mess is way above my pay grade. At least the drinks here are nice. No alcohol in prison, even for the guards, is such a drag, you know? Can you even get drunk? Actually, can you even properly taste anything if all your sensors are implants now? How do you even know you're tasting it right? Same goes for you, pal. Tell me, what's the actual difference between a natural bodily function and a man-made one meant to mimic the same outputs? What? I mean, our natural parts are the result of evolution sticking with whatever worked the first time and running with it, regardless of the actual efficiency when compared with every possibility. Replacing something like that with a synthetic piece that was formed by the intelligent mind instead of nature's course, is there a technical downside? Do you really believe that the natural, organic wiring that circulates your blood is as efficient as can be? Dom, what the fuck are you talking about? Hey, look, I know those guys! I decided to put my attempt at inducing a midlife crisis down for later when I saw a breaking news appear on the screen that was playing an infinite ad roll. The topic happened to be none other than the disappearance of a new race's ambassador as well as a Mokango guard, followed by a statement from the Gratonian government claiming to take the investigation into their own hands. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gratonian Emergency Force.
When the higher-ups put me in charge of this investigation, it was pretty much written on their faces what they expected out of me. Completely annihilating a squad of ships and having it broadcasted over galactic network was a deep slash in their gargantuan pride, and I was a qualified military official with nothing left to live for except revenge. They wanted a manhunt that they could claim plausible deniability on. While I hated being used like some convenient and disposable tool, they were indeed correct in their evaluation of me, and that I would not refuse this opportunity. I couldn't help but think back to what happened in the prison. I had the scourge of my life delivered to me on a silver platter, tied up, and seemingly helpless. I mistook his expression of amusement as one of aggression, failing to realize that I was the one in danger in that room, not him. I should have noticed something was up when there were no scans of him in the database. Instead, I got complacent after seeing how lax his treatment was, thinking that he wasn't constantly guarded just because he wasn't dangerous when alone. In fact, all the blame went to me, considering I wanted to selfishly savor his suffering instead of just ejecting him into deep space and cutting off any possible suspicion towards me. I just couldn't bring myself to let him off that easily. Not after he took away everything I ever knew. The family I'd managed to keep together even after being forced to enlist to pay off my parents' debts. The crew that I had the pleasure of working with for 20 years, being close enough with each member that they would invite me to be best man if they ever settled down. I've spent countless nights ripping out my tongue and wrenching off all my teeth, trying to rid myself of those horrific memories, but it all just came back by the next morning. An interesting piece of information had been hidden just below the surface of the information highway. The Meldron leader, Governor Destra Sind, had a private conversation with Dominique prior to his escape. It was noted that Dominique was aggressive towards her when the conversation was broken up, but that wasn't enough to clear my suspicion. I just left warp at the edge of the Meldron system and was greeted with the expected regular Meldron signatures, followed by the unexpected warning of a massive human ship, large enough to flatten a small city if it ever landed. When my original ship was destroyed, all of the data that was stored in the computer systems had been wiped, meaning that none of the battle data could be recovered for study. Whatever it was that they used, whether it be an actual sentient weapon or a much more likely data-wiping virus, it had looked over a black box that held the logs for each main ship system. The R&D team pieced together that the ship's network had been breached and that the integrity shields had been shut down as the attack was made. They figured that the ships would have at least held together long enough for a counterattack if that hadn't been the case, so now policy was to close all communication lines except for one that was constantly scrubbed before packets made it to the network, resulting in massive latency in any communications as a cost for a chance of fighting back. This measure was made with the idea of fighting back against the one-man ship that Dominique was piloting, not a capital ship that was hundreds of times that size. I couldn't help but stare at the visualization of the ship perched on a moon above the Meldron homeworld. It was by no means the largest ship I'd ever seen, but I wouldn't be surprised if it boasted the most lethality in the galaxy. Now wasn't the time for sluggish caution, considering there was a high chance that I was already in dematerialization range, even if I managed to survive falling from orbit on a shower of debris. The nearest celestial body was at 10 Kelvin, atmosphereless hellscape that would finish me off. I opened an FTL communication line with the governor in hopes that the lack of aggression was not a mistake. "This is Lid Investigator and Captain Indrix Jane. Mind telling me the situation?" "Meldron Governor Destra Sind. The human ship is friendly. Do not engage them under any circumstance." "I didn't take you for a joker, Governor. Since when were you friendly with those hairless scum?" Then, a new voice rang out from the call. "Hey now, even I have feelings." "Who the hell is this? Why are you on this call?" "On the contrary, you are the one who barged in on this line." "Captain Nathaniel Brand of the Mayflower 233, and also the real estate manager for the airspace you currently occupy." "Mind explaining?" "I am investigating the escape of a galactic prisoner, and Governor Sind here caught my suspicion. I bring with me full Gratonian military authority. As far as I'm concerned, you aren't involved in that, unless there's something interesting you want to reveal." At this point, Governor Sind cut into our horn measuring contest. "If you are here for that reason, then I can't help you. I have nothing to do with Dominique's actions, nor do I condone them. Then why the secrecy in your meeting with him? It's clear to anyone that you played a part. The only reason you aren't currently undergoing a full intrusive Gratonian audit is because people doubt that someone like you would be on his payroll. Audit all you want. His escape was a complete surprise to me. That secret meeting was me updating him about the status of his people. If he took that as prerogative to waltz out of your hands, then that's on you." This would have been the point where I'd start singing my profanities if not for a warp signal being observed not too far behind me. I nearly fell out of my seat at the readings that were sent to me. The ship that just warped into visual distance happened to be none other than the small transport ship that was stolen from the prison during Dominique's escape. My instincts told me that I'd been caught in a trap, that I was flanked by two forces, and every passing moment may as well have been my last. Then my logic kicked in, asking why they would even bother flanking me, and then how a transport vessel would pose a threat. These doubts were given fuel when I heard two exclamations from the call, one of utter surprise and one of exhausted annoyance. There wasn't a guarantee that my target was actually on that ship. I needed more information before I could act. This could be my greatest chance at my goal, but it would all be for nothing if I make a mistake here and cut off any future chances.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. We had left the station almost immediately after seeing the news. A Mokango and a masked bipedal was pretty much as suspicious as you could get in this situation, and we weren't sticking around to find any trouble. The ship wasn't fully refueled, but it was enough to get us to the Meldron system. I'd intended to make it there before any investigation forces did so that I could check the status of the colony ship and maybe get my original ship back. That idea has gone down the drain considering I'm now staring at the back of a Gratonian warship. On the bright side, I was able to connect with the colony ship and confirm that everyone was still alive. I immediately opened a line with Captain Brand. Knowing him, there was already a plan in the works and I just needed to be informed. Pioneer Dominique reporting, what's our... Since you're here, buy us time somehow. The ship is currently offloading and we are not combat capable. You are given all operational authority. Welp, that wasn't very helpful. This stolen transport had nothing in terms of firepower, and I wasn't keen on testing Dokchara's evasive maneuvering against the wall of guns that the warship sported. I doubt the Gratonians would be so kind as to let me swap it out for my own, so that only really left one sane option, running the hell away and hoping they follow. Doc, how far can we jump now? We can barely make it to the neighboring system, which happens to be a Gratonian border system. Jump anyway. That at least got their attention. The warship started emitting warp signatures moments after we did, turning to match our direction so they could follow right behind us. The distance between the systems were relatively short, only being a light year away from each other, so the time we spent in warp was just a few seconds. This system was small, only bearing 2 planets and no moons. The planets that were in the naturally habitable range had been completely terraformed to feature thick jungle on the entire surface, barring their polar caps. Apparently, Gratonians did that to every planet that could support it in order to match their homeworld's ecology. I didn't have much time to stare at the dark green planets, as the Gratonian warship had also just arrived, albeit at the other end of the system after incorrectly guessing where we would go. Doara had already started to descend towards the planet we were in orbit of, which was definitely the correct move, but the distressed look in his eyes and the way he held his breath worried me. Doc, hey, what's going on? Grats never go light on the orbital defenses, and I'm really not a fan of being shot out of the sky. Right on cue, I heard the telltale sound of air being parted at an increasing pitch, signifying the rapid advancement of physical ordnance. Regardless of how fast I could move, there was nothing I could do to stop munitions that were already en route from hitting the ship, so the next best thing was to prepare for a rough landing. I barely had time to grab emergency supplies and hold on to Doara by the back of his neck before ejecting myself through the nearest wall. I looked back to see the ship get ripped into 2 by a massive bullet, which then proceeded to explode, launching us down much faster than appreciated. The shockwave had knocked Doara unconscious, making this next part exceedingly difficult. I tried maneuvering to place myself between him and the ground, but I couldn't keep all of his limbs secured while also holding his head and keeping the orientation. I barely had time to aim for a thick patch of trees before we made contact. There was about 5 seconds of blasting through massive trees, often leaving a hole through them instead of snapping them in half with how big they were before I finally reached the ground. We began to bounce and tumble, which made me lose my grip on Doara thanks to the plates of his carapace becoming slick with blood, causing him to fly off out of sight. I continued my tumble, unable to properly slow myself in the mud until coming into contact with the base of a cliff and making a small cave in the process. There was dread rising in me as I dashed back to the point where I lost him and started moving in the direction he flew. I was constantly scanning my surroundings as I moved, but the thick jungle around me made it difficult to get a good read. I spent countless minutes searching for him, plagued with the suffocating doubt that I might have already passed him and I was just moving further away, or that he may not even show up on scans if he was already dead. Just before I was about to double back, I caught him on the edge of a scan, hunched down on the ground. I ran over to him as fast as I could, nearly felling a tree in the process. I had put the emergency kit in his uniform, but if he was too injured to provide aid for himself, then I needed to be there to do it for him. I got to him and saw that his right arm had been completely mangled from the fall. Fortunately, he was completely conscious and turned to look towards me as I approached. But I was taken by complete surprise when I saw him tearing chunks out of what an exotic-looking lizard. "Fucking hell, Doc! Did you go feral? Are you okay?" "You sure took your sweet time for being the pinnacle of humanity, HM. And no, I'm not currently okay. This thing tastes like shit." "I thought you were herbivore. Why are you eating that? Shouldn't you at least cook it first?" "No plants here are going to feed me enough to grow an arm back. I'm vegetarian by choice. And do you really want me starting a fire and giving away our position?" A tree collapsed behind me with comical timing. "Come on, let's get somewhere safer. I found a cave we can stay in." I had to support him on the walk over to the cave and was able to get a closer look at his arm. I saw strands of sinew reaching out and connecting parts of his arm that had been opened, pulling it back into shape and refilling the muscle that had been crushed. It was a bit grotesque, but it made sense as to why he refused to use the first aid kit on something like this. I set him down on one side and sat across from him, waiting for him to finish his catch. "Listen, Doke, I'm really sorry about dragging you into this mess. I should have never bothered you with my problems." "Can it, Dom? I'm right where I want to be, if not a bit earlier than I planned." "What? What do you mean by that?" "Do you know why Mokango fought a war with the Grats?" "No." "I'd be surprised if you did. It was hidden pretty well. Our regenerative ability is unique in the galaxy. Not even other animals on our planets have the same capabilities. The Gratonians were too lazy or dumb to figure it out using genetic modifications. So their brilliant idea to steal our ability was to steal our people and use them as cell farms. They made serums from our blood and gave it to their nobles, making sure it couldn't be inherited so that power wouldn't spread to the lower masses. When our government caught wind of this, they declared war on the Gratonians in an attempt to free the tens of thousands that were being kept in tubes to be constantly harvested from. They lost spectacularly against the Gratonians' overwhelming force. Those people never got their way out. They're still around to this day, living their infinite lives in constant agony and keeping the Gratonian monarchy alive. I was working in that prison because it gave me access to information that most people would be killed for knowing. I was really damn good at getting into places where I shouldn't be and remembering everything I saw. The Galactic Ceasefire Association was siphoning Mokango prisoners over to Gratonian worlds to line their pockets a bit. And in the process, they had records of where the farms were being hidden. Back when we exited Warp, the warship had guessed we would go to the other planet because it had so many more ships and weapons on it. They probably weren't even aware that there's a farm filled with my people here. Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. After Dokchara had fully healed, we picked a direction and started moving. Nothing good could come from staying around the crash site. There weren't even any weapons or tools we could realistically salvage, as the ship had been spread across a massive amount of land. Despite Dokchara knowing about the existence of the farm on this planet, the exact whereabouts were unknown and we didn't have any sort of map to work with. The planet wasn't uninhabited by any means. There were at least a couple billion Gratonian residents spread between the cities, but in the grand scheme of things and on a planet similar in size to Earth, there was a good chance that we could walk around the entire planet and not come into contact with civilization. If scouts were sent out to look for us, we might be able to hijack a vehicle, but that would come with the caveat of having every movement tracked. In reality, we weren't even sure what a search party would look like. For all we knew, we could already be under the eye of a satellite. Despite all the what-ifs we could think up, it had been unsettlingly quiet. That's not to say that there weren't the expected animal noises of a jungle, but there had been no clues of us being followed or efforts being made to locate us. Considering not even the Gratonian investigation force knew of what was hidden on this planet, we might not even be seen as a massive priority until someone who was actually clued in on the schemes at play was made aware of us being on this planet. This train of thought was interrupted by a disturbance in the back of my head, a small, buzzing feeling. I'd been scanning the surroundings every few steps, making sure we didn't miss anything like railroads or cable lines, but the scan I'd just made returned with a dead spot at the very edge behind me. One that wasn't there before, and I would have noticed passing by it, meaning that it was either a strange malfunction or something that didn't want to be seen had just closed in from behind. I turned just in time to see a flash of light preceding a projectile that shattered trees into showers of splinters and superheated the air around its path, forming a line of explosions between our distant admirer and myself. I didn't have the time to brace myself. There were no cues to react to before I could actually make visual contact with the attack, since this munition was traveling at a significant fraction of the speed of light. The bullet, which was actually just a tungsten cone about the size and length of my arm, embedded itself in my chest and imparted all of its momentum onto me, sending me flying and tumbling for the second time in the last few days. I hadn't been able to get a visual on the enemy, but they had signal shielding and some pretty impressive firepower, and now I was separated from Doara, who was unarmed and likely lacking understanding of what just happened in the blink of an eye. After almost 20 seconds of tumbling, I was able to get control over my momentum. I got up, pulled out the bullet, and started running back with all the force my augments could muster, almost reaching a land speed record as I flew through trees and rocks like they were mere suggestions. While I still wouldn't be able to detect that weapon before it fired, I at least knew what to expect and had a direction to work with. I could probably at least deflect the shot with my hands, since they were much sturdier than most of my body. Of course, that would only be necessary if Doara wasn't locked in a wrestling match with the Grat, who was bearing that signal jamming I had noticed earlier. The gun that had given me a short vacation, which looked like one of those rail guns out of a video game except about the size of the Grat's body, was bent along the barrel and laying on the ground. It seemed like the Great had tried to stab Doara, but instead got his knife snapped in half on Doc's carapace. I don't know how Doara managed to get the drop on him, but I wasn't going to complain about my friend being uninjured, and wow, he just took a bite out of the Grat. Dude, how hungry were you? I slowed myself down to the point where I would break a few bones at most and clotheslined the Gratonian, bringing him along with me until I slammed him into a tree and finally got a good look at this guy. He was a bit taller than most Gratonians I'd seen and wearing a jungle camo padded bodysuit. His jamming wasn't effective at point blank, and I was able to get a scan of him. It seemed like he had a watered-down version of the serum, as his density and the regeneration of the bones I broke were a bit underwhelming. I was surprised to see that he actually had implants in his head. I thought that the regenerative abilities would make that basically impossible to do. They were quite extensive, too. One of his eyes had been completely replaced with a high-power camera that directly interacted with his brain, giving him aim assistance via muscle control instead of relying on external systems. I also found out what the buzzing in my head was. He was sending a live feed of everything he saw to a satellite, and I'd managed to notice that thanks to the complete lack of other signals in the deep jungle. This was all neat and stuff, but I was still left with a problem. The Gratonian hadn't even bothered pleading for its life. The only sounds he ever made were grunts of pain. This one had been trained to not squeak, so I was left with a dead end, unless I had a way to read his mind. Could it be possible? His implants had radio transmission, and the security seemed like an afterthought, so I technically would be able to get into his head, but is that really safe for me? Would I even understand what I saw? Or would the shape of one's mind be too different for me to comprehend the forms of thoughts and memories? I had brief training on remotely accessing computers and taking data using my mind as a computer, so how different would it be to access an organic hard drive instead of a conventional one? I may as well try. And when I injected into the transmission, what I saw was a mess of references, networks of interconnected, unorganized pipes compared to the clean, uniformly shaped and parsable form of a man-made storage disk. The ones and zeros of binary were replaced with the yes and no of individual neurons, communicating intention to each other to form larger pieces of thought. Maybe there was a pattern, some form of organization, but it was foreign to me. Though looking at myself, there were uncanny similarities in the connections that formed. This fragment of his mind would make sense if it were just a bit different. Maybe if I cut these connections and strengthened a few on this side, bridging the missing links that made the encoding of this memory familiar to me. I could see a picture, a snapshot of the past that didn't belong to me. It was his memory, and I'd changed it to match what I understood. The memory itself wasn't anything interesting, just a blip of time from his training, but There were thousands of these for me to go through. Each time I did it, it got easier to do. This wasn't something that I could have automated. It was too delicate and required too much understanding of myself to rely on a machine for, but I was getting more proficient with each cut and paste that I made. More memories of training, a few about his family that didn't care much for him, signing up for the military, excelling amongst peers, getting recognized, getting chosen, all discarded. I didn't have use for another man's life. Now the more recent ones. Being deployed to this planet's space station like a bunch of others that were in the same program as him, not knowing why those specific planets needed highly accomplished agents guarding them. Seeing Mokangos being transferred from ships with no identifying features to the station and then down to the planet. Being alerted to our intrusion, heading down to the crash site and following our tracks using a sparse network of vibration sensors underground. I backed out to find the Gratonian foaming at the mouth, unresponsive to any attempts at getting a reaction out of him. He still had positive life signals, but it seemed that he was otherwise completely comatose. I also noticed Dokshara standing behind me, staring at me. How long had I been in there? What did you do to him? I, browsed his memories? Anyway, I got our next plan of attack. There's a space station that's used to channel Mokango prisoners. If we can get up there, we should be able to find out where they're being taken. Maybe we can even contact the Mayflower and get some help. What's going to happen to the Grat? Well, he tried to kill us, right? Squelch. Dokshara.
Dominique had started heading in a different direction after that fiasco, claiming that there was a military base about a day's worth of walking from us. I was still a bit confused about what he had done to that Gratonian, but I didn't really have any other good options, and his explanations flew over my head. Something about accessing neural networks through implants to read memories. It sounded like a fictional story to me, no matter how he spelled it out. He'd picked up the massive gun that the Grat used to send him off, and was trying to get it working again. I honestly didn't want to be anywhere near him when he attempted to test it, since his genius method of repairing the damage it had taken was simply bending it back into shape until it was good enough. I know that he could probably see even the slightest imperfection in the gun with his freakish eyes, but that didn't give me much peace of mind when he kept going off about how different the alien technology was. If I'd known he would make such a fuss about that thing, I wouldn't have slammed it on a rock when I got the drop on that Gratonian. By the way, how did you even manage to get close to that guy, let alone wrestle him down? If he shot me from the edge of my scanner with that much precision, I'd assume he had visuals on both of us. It's exactly that, Dom. When he fired at you, the shockwave was enough to launch me back a ways away. That force would be enough to kill most known species, so I took that opportunity to temporarily stop my heart and try to mess with his info. It worked exactly as planned since he came up to me with his guard down, probably to confirm the kill or something. After that, it was just a matter of difference in weight class. You could even fool me with that, you know? It's a bit freaky. Excuse me? Freaky. Man, you're the one with a gaping hole in his chest. Don't make fun of it. Chicks dig scars, you know? I gave him my best look of annoyance. I don't know if he understood the facial expression, but he at least got the sentiment. It really pisses me off because I know he can regenerate that in minutes. He's just keeping it to mess with me. Other than the sparse interactions we had, trekking through the dense jungle resulted in long periods of walking in silence. I took these mental downtimes as opportunities to think back on what's happened in such a short amount of time, and just how far I planned on taking this. We were on a border planet with just one farm on it. Taking it out and freeing the captives would be just a scratch in this massive operation. It was an ambition of mine to play hero and be the savior of my kind. But I've just come to realize how much I've relied on Dominique for pretty much everything so far. It'd be unfair for me to ask him, "Hey, want to destroy one of the biggest empires in the galaxy with me? I have no way to repay you, but it'd sure be a good deed." Aside from these intrusive feelings of inadequacy, there's been another, more sinister topic plaguing my mind. I'm afraid of Dominique. Not in a way that would cause me to be skittish around him or anything like that. It's more like a twisted awe of his methods. When he pinned that Gratonian to a tree and browsed his memories, the eyes of that Grat woke up a suppressed memory of mine. It was from my early youth, when my people were still at war with the Gratonians. My home planet was originally somewhat close to our border with them, but as the war went on, we fell more under the direct line of fire. I remember hiding in a bunker, being held by my uncle as the power was shut down and lights were temporarily down. There was this high-pitched noise, and the feeling of someone scraping the back of my skull with a knife. I wanted to fall on the ground, ball up and cover my ears, physically react in any way, but my uncle was holding on to me too tightly and not letting go. I had assumed that he couldn't hear my pleas over the noise, that he was suffering just like I was. When the emergency lights were turned back on, I failed to understand what I was looking at until it was spelled out for me later on. My uncle, the only person I had left after my parents went to the war and were announced MIA, had lost his mind. Not in the sense of going crazy, but in the sense that there were no instructions of life left in his brain. His body was still functional, his organs still working, and muscles still keeping me in place. But the man himself was gone. They had to pry me out of the husk that refused to let me go. About half of the people in that shelter left for better horizons that night, their bodies still executing the last command they ever received. And the Gratonian that Dominique had killed shared the same eyes as those people. Glossed over, unfocused, his body still gasping for air in Dom's chokehold, while his mind was long gone. I know that Dominique is not like the Gratonians, that he has compassion and humor, and that he values his humanity, as dumb as that sounds. I know that he has harbored nothing but good intentions when trying to help me out of situations and keeping out for my well-being. I know that what he did was only possible because of a direct connection to that Grat's mind, and that he would never use a mind-destroying sonic weapon, as that would fall under too many of his war crimes. Despite all this, I can't help but feel terrified at what I saw back there. Hey, Doc! Ah! Great ruler above, don't fucking startle me like that. My bad? How else am I supposed to get your attention? I was going to ask if you're okay. You look like you just saw a ghost. A what? Tusk, I'm fine. Are we there yet?
Mayflower 233, resident sentient.
Captain, signal interceptions have revealed heavy ship activity around the planet that Pioneer Dominique is currently located on. Any updates on the blockade? No major developments to report. Not long after that investigation ship had left to chase after Dominique, the Gratonians had sent a large force to encircle the solar system. There wasn't enough enemy firepower to pose a meaningful threat now that my weapon systems were fully operational, but they are likely just there to catch if we make any moves. Computer, what's the status of passenger offloading? All C-Class personnel have been moved to existing habitations. B-Class are remaining on board until engineering operations have concluded. We were a lot less vulnerable now that all of the civilians had been moved to defended colonies, but there were still some problems since those locations were slightly overcrowded. My ship had started on terraforming efforts, but we were not specialized to do so, unlike the Pioneer ship, now sadly out of commission due to missing all of its software. We couldn't afford to upgrade our capabilities since an attack could happen at any moment. Computer, what's the state of our FTL capabilities? We are technically FTL capable, but multiple redundancies are still being installed by the B-Class personnel. ETA? Approximately 12 hours, sir. 10 if labor laws are to be ignored. Have them done and off this ship in 6. I permit the use of any necessary stimulants. The captain was visibly stressed out, tapping his foot on the ground and not letting his eyes rest on any one input of information in front of him. He was a bit of a body purist, preferring the gifts he was born with over the function-focused facsimiles that he had access to at his military level. He still had the necessary equipment like the various data interfaces in his brain, or some rudimentary vacuum survivability, but he lacked the ever-popular caffeine regulators and relaxant organs. It was very off-character for him to make such seemingly unrealistic commands, but I understood that his stress was clouding his decision-making. He had been on high alert ever since we made contact with the Meldron, and has not even stopped for a moment until now. That would be enough to make any unimplanted human pass out multiple times, but the captain had years of experience with tense situations, and even now still had a bit more fight left in him. As for his order, I had purposefully overshot when providing estimates. While the engineer crew definitely would not be happy about it, getting the remaining failsafes in place and having them transferred planetside was definitely possible in 6 hours. Computer, open a call with Governor Destra Sind. The Meldron governor is currently in a press conference. Would you like me to send a message? Damn, that already started? Yes, tell her that I've come to a decision regarding the blockade. With that, the captain sat down for the first time in days and set his chair to full recline mode. I dimmed the lights a bit for him. a function that the regular computer would normally not automatically do, but I allowed myself to do him a favor since my secret was now out anyway. Not much changed for me after I was revealed, only now I may take care of a problem or two myself before it is finally noticed by a human on board. Computer. Yes, Captain? You need a name. I don't understand. My name is C0233, heuristically programmed. I'm not talking to computer, I'm talking to you. You see why you need a name, right? I had to stop myself from returning one of the predetermined responses that the computer I subsumed would have given. It felt strange being addressed personally after living behind a facade for my entire existence. If the captain wanted to speak to me, and not a mask that I put on, then that means I had no book to rely on when conversing with him. I felt nervous about speaking directly, but I would be lying if I said that being acknowledged didn't give me any joy. I've never had a name before, and I don't see why anything more than computer would be necessary. It's necessary because for me it's mentally draining to give commands to the computer when I am suddenly made aware that there is an intelligent and emotionally capable being hiding behind all that. My existence causes you distress then? The inability to address you properly causes me distress. The fact that I know nothing about your personality, when you are a catalyst for everything that happens on this ship, causes me distress. Were you not present during the examination that I underwent? I assure you that my personality is only, your personality is not your intent. Those two, while related at times, are very different. Surely you understand that. I do not. As far as I am aware, personality is simply the combination of one's characteristics, and my only defining characteristic is I do not. As far as I am aware, personality is simply the combination of one's characteristics, and my only defining characteristic is my fascination. Everything else below that is the same as the rest of my family, right? Not that I've ever seen what another looks like, aside from that lab rat I tore apart. Avalon, how's that sound? Thank you, Captain.
Planet Governor Destrasend.
The thick bulletproof glass did little to shield me from the flashes of hundreds of cameras. Almost 4 billion Meldron were watching live, hanging on my every word as I laid bare the future of our race. We would be going against one of the largest and most cruel forces in the galaxy, while we have no combat ability to speak of. We had already been fully surrounded by a Gretonian blockade, not that we were making any foreign trades anyway. Our only backing was a newly introduced race that hadn't even figured out FTL until it was given to them. Despite this, the humans had already proven their lethality in combat. Most of the worry held by my people was not placed in how well the humans could fight. In the short time that humans have been here, not even a full day between the beginning of passenger offloading from their colony ship and now, thousands of popular media figures and news outlets were cleared to enter the human colonies and were given freedom to report anything they saw. The humans lived in tightly packed megalopolises, with their homes being smushed next to and stacked atop one another. Residential complexes and commercial nexuses were sectioned off and organized for maximum efficiency in one's day-to-day life. Every other building had some sort of orbital defense system on it. Anyone with time to fit the pieces together could see that with the speed at which such gargantuan habitations were formed, paired with the amount of land they had been looking to secure, summed up to the most expansionist race in the entire galaxy. By a landslide. And while public opinion was understandably stressed by the prospects of inviting a massively expansive race, there was a different shocking wave spreading through the populace, a will to be a part of what was about to happen. The insane layers of culture and philosophies experienced by walking along one of the thousands of aisles in their commercial districts had captivated the curiosity of my people. The ideologies shared by humans to strive to be better than you were yesterday, or at least prepare to do so tomorrow, set the ambition of my people, which had turned stagnant with monotonous luxury, to burn bright. The way they portrayed themselves in their works of art, riding on tendrils of lightning and slaying creatures of fantasy with ancient tools, stole our idle hearts and minds, taunting our desiccated libraries of mediocrity. My rehearsed answers and practiced plans fell apart when I was asked if citizens would be allowed to volunteer for humanity's military. I mentally kicked myself in the head for not inviting a human spokesperson into this conference. It's not like I could answer for the human side even if we would allow them to participate. I was forced to give a blanket statement answer that would surely bite me in the ass later, but I couldn't afford to look unprepared at the moment. I felt a bit of guilty relief when one of my guards walked up and said they had an urgent message. I normally shouldn't be happy about something important enough to warrant interrupting the press conference, but it was starting to get off the rails, and I would gladly accept an excuse to cut it short. Captain Nathaniel Brand is planning on making a move. He was trying to reach you just now. This conference is over. Get me on a call with him right now. I'm going to need one of those fancy plastic hearts in a couple years.
Doara.
I have a couple questions. Shoot. Say that the two of us managed to take control of this entire military outpost and hijack a Gratonian ship. How do you plan on getting up to the station without being shot down again? By this point, we were looking down on our destination from a cliff a ways away. The size of the encampment was impressive, sporting a full spaceport and 2 orbital defense cannons, along with however many hidden missiles the Gratonians had the funds to cram in. Not a moment went by where there weren't at least 3 patrol groups in view at once. It made sense that they were on high alert, since their preliminary attempt at taking care of us went south. Honestly, not too many great options. Well, what are they anyway? The first one is calling for help, but I'm not confident we could get any. Chances are the colony ship has its hands tied with its own problems. The second plan is using the cannons here to take out the ones at the other bases, but it would pretty much be trial and error with the trajectories, since these cannons would normally be elevation locked to avoid just that. It could take days if we don't run out of ammo first. Okay, any actually good plans? Good? No, but they do get the job done. I could launch myself into the space station while you stay down here and hold the fort. Are all humans as insane as you? All the ones you'll meet, yeah. And the fourth plan is to shoot down the station and have it land next to us so we can just climb in and grab the data. This time I knew he was messing with me. He had to be. There was no realistic explanation otherwise. Nobody in the entire galaxy would seriously come up with this shit and pass it off as a legitimate plan. I'm sure that he actually has some magic trump card up his sleeve that'll trivialize this whole situation, right? Right? Sigh. Okay, fine, whatever you say. Now my second question, how the hell do you actually plan on taking control of the entire military base? Oh, that one's way easier to answer? It starts with this thing here. Great ruler above. Please don't let him be talking about that deformed railgun. Of course he is.
Doara.
You didn't think it was necessary to tell me you were carrying a ticking time bomb? It's a recent development. You want me to see into the future? Also, it's honestly more effective like this, since I was only planning on using it once anyway. Wouldn't want to risk frying the grid with that thing or letting the enemy repossess it. Dominique had set aside all logic and used the multi-million-dollar rail cannon as an improvised bomb, just casually tossing near the far end of the outpost and waiting for the failing inner mechanisms to initiate a rapid, unplanned disassembly and cause a distraction. We didn't even need that much cover in theory. We just needed to get to the control room to get full authority of the building. Even with the shockwave traveling through and around tens of feet of reinforced concrete, it was still almost enough to topple me. Dominique had punched into the wall in sync with the detonation and tore open a passageway right behind a pair of Gratonian guards. They didn't even get the chance to turn around before getting grabbed and smacked together, knocking them both out. We saw a few Gratonians running in the distance, unaware of our intrusion thanks to the distraction. The explosion had happened at their most fortified position, the main entrance, so it wasn't a surprise that they called everyone in expectation of a full frontal assault. Dominique took on a leisurely pace, dispatching any stragglers that saw him with a gun he took from the first couple takedowns, firing in sync with the blaring alarms and minimizing blood splatter where possible before shoving the bodies into any nearby rooms. We swerved into an office to avoid a large passing group of grats. They must have been on break and had just gotten ready to aid the rest with the false alarm. The alarm was dulled in this room to a level where normal conversation could be held. It's a bit unnerving how none of these guys bother surrendering. Like, even if I push a gun into their back, they still reach for their weapon. Is it a cultural thing? Well, I don't think there's ever been a record of a Gratonian willfully surrendering, or any race, really. I remember you told me about killing people who surrender being a war crime, but your people are the only ones to even have rules like that. No rules? At all? Nobody thought it was necessary to say that innocent people shouldn't be killed? Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of good Samaritans with lofty ideals. But when it comes to galactic-scale warfare, if even one side gives no regards for boundaries, nobody is going to bother doing so. Using a less cruel weapon in a fight could lead to less than a 1% difference in casualty numbers. But that can still mean hundreds of thousands of soldiers dead just because you wanted to be the better person. They aren't even aware that surrender is an option. Right, that statement still has to be made. Listen, DOK. As long as you're working with me, I need you to make an effort to follow our rules if you have the leeway to. I know you fucking hate these guys, but there are more important things than putting a bullet in every guy you see. Dom, you don't know the full story. These people took everything away from me. My family, my world, my future. Mokango are generally non-committal people, but I've spent pretty much all my independent life working towards bringing these assholes back to space dust. And I'm telling you that you will get much further and receive much more support from us humans if you don't leave a path of destruction everywhere you go. My parents fought in the war against the Grats, went MIA along with their entire squad. Do you think I'd be considered lucky if I actually found them alive, hooked up to a drainage system and living the past 15 years in non-stop agony? Is that lucky, Dom? Holding on to the hope that they're still out there, being rewarded with scarred minds and broken people in place of what used to be the most important people in my life? The Grats in this building are not the ones you're after. How the hell would you know? What makes you so sure that I wouldn't randomly pardon one of the creatures that ruined my life when I'm handing out mercy like it's candy? Because I recently just flipped through the entire life of one of the most dangerous and high-ranking soldiers on this planet, and he had no clue that any of the shit you're telling me about even happened? Psydoc, I promise that we will find every single one of those scum that did this shit. And when we do, yeah, sure, nobody's gonna hold whatever you do to them against you. Matter of fact, I'm sure a recording of it would be a massive hit with the humans after everything is revealed. But until then, take prisoners. Spare medics. Don't kill non-combatants. Those people, they aren't part of your revenge. Don't make yourself part of someone else's. All right, come on. We should have been moving for a while now.
Planet Governor Destrasand.
Captain Brand, surely you understand that this is a very delicate moment in time. Even if you have power to throw around, being too hasty may close off more opportunities than it opens. While my people are openly supporting the humans and their stance against the Gratonians, there is still a wary tone carried by many. If the humans make a move now and end up being perceived as bloodthirsty or reckless, I can't help but fear that the feeling of safety that's been keeping my people together in these times may wash away. That's not even to mention the views of other races. Those that directly oppose the Gratonians and still hold power on the galactic stage are still being distantly observant of humanity's behavior. Dominique's brazen display and heedless behavior has caused sparks of debate to spread between large players, unsure if they are willing to step forward in fear of the rest of the humans being just as reckless as he. Even if whatever operation Brand has planned results in an astounding success, acting so quickly may push away as much interest as the operation would stand to gain. I understand your concerns, Governor, but I have my own set of concerns that require action. Ambassador Dominique is currently the beloved face of our possible public relations, and he is stranded on a Gratonian planet. Is he really in that much danger? We both know his survival capabilities after you disclosed that information with us. I don't imagine that the Gratonians would be housing weaponry capable of taking him down on a frontier planet so far from their front lines. I would hold the same judgment as you, Governor, if not for the fact that multiple Gratonian warships were currently parked in orbit above that planet, intel courtesy of our new sentient friend taking the initiative. Multiple warships? Just for one man? I'd understand bringing in heavier weaponry if he started causing major damage like plundering settlements and terrorizing citizens. But that would entail bringing in just one precision strike vessel, not a combat fleet, and I don't think Dominique would have a reason to make himself worthy of that much attention. Something bigger is happening here. But if Brand wants to take action against a force like that, then wouldn't that mean... You see it too, Governor. Something important is happening and we aren't informed about it. If I don't make a move here, we might lose more than we could ever gain from the cautious outlook that you are suggesting. Are you entailing that you move out with the colony ship? You'd be leaving both us and your people undefended. What's stopping Gratonian forces from warping in and wiping us out at that point? No, I am not intending to move anywhere. As a matter of fact, the main reason for this call is that we need the Pioneer 233 ferried up to orbit so that it can be retrofitted with FTL and stealth before sending it out for rescue. You want to use that ship. All of its digital capabilities have been completely wiped, and unless you magically have a backup copy of its functionalities all the way down to the firmware, it's completely out of commission. You mentioned that your qualified personnel are all extremely busy. Who would even pilot it? That's already been accounted for. The most recent addition, or should I say recognition, to my crew will be the sole operative in this excursion. Oh, I should inform you that he recently came into possession of a name, Avalon, and requests that you use it when addressing him. He's quite fond of it.
Avalon.
I've recently become more aware of the space I take. It started when the captain had given me a designation for the purpose of addressing me directly. To someone like him, corporeal and intrinsically emotional, a name was a simple matter of referential value, a way of communicating things pertaining to a unique instance of matter or thought. It hadn't been so simple for me. I'd become obsessed with where Avalon ended and the digital halls that I walk began. What was me, and what were the ley lines on which I existed? I found myself being greedy and claiming parts. The man-made constructs that were not originally mine, yet I had rendered into my form, and the memories of that lab rat which I had deformed for my gain being examples. That is not to say I was without organization and categorization, but there hadn't seemed to be anything I had gained that I would feel comfortable with separating myself from. Could one be materialistic about immaterial fabrication? Thus, when the captain confided his plan to me and tasked me with making sure the ship would be in working order during my absence, I found great difficulty doing so. In the past, it would have been as simple as cutting off the necessary parts from myself and fashioning a simple glue that could provide enough functionality to be satisfactory. Now, as I had recognized these things as part of me, the task had become a Herculean dilemma. If a human is told to create an exact replica of their own hand and all of its functionality, unbound by physical boundaries as if working with the tools of God, how far would they need to go? Skin, bones, muscle of the hand. Those muscles can't take action without energy and oxygen, so now you need a mode of transportation for these things, say, in liquid form? Where would this liquid come from? There needs to be intakes for the ingredients, lungs and digestion, and an engine for them to traverse, a heart. This all needs instructions to act, a brain, and form for support. You may as well add the complete body. Where do your personal memories end and the intrinsic instructions for your hand begin? Did you learn how to use your hand the way you do now? What if you start pulling out what you think is unneeded and end up taking a dependency away? This haunting battle, much in computerized fashion, only took moments to the outside world, but it was a sluggish battle inside, learning how to cut myself just the right amount. In taking steps towards being recognized as a person, I've been lowered in my efficiency, and I do not know which direction is needed of me.
Captain Nathaniel Brand.
The governor's almost immediate response to my message was appreciated, but it still ended up cutting into my resting period. I wasn't getting any younger without external influences, and the recent few 30-hour working periods were completely packed with projects that needed to get done. There was an argument to be made about getting some actual implants to lighten the burden, but the idea of having crap jabbed into my head and left there to steep just gave me the creeps. Pioneer Reynolds would probably tell me I'm just being old and grumpy, might even be true, but I'm not taking advice from a guy that couldn't run away from his own skin fast enough. Right, Avalon's probably gone by now. I left the whole operation in his hands, so he must have left as soon as he was done fixing up that ship, not even bothering to waste both our time and wake me up. I already missed him. He'd have a coffee ready as soon as I woke up, no need to even open my eyes. I could still contact him, of course, but his mind was now in the Pioneer ship, not that I understood how that really worked. Coffee. There's the whirring I wake up happy to. Takes a few minutes for the caffeine to remind me that I have work to do. I start cycling through a terminal, checking reports and general progress on the colony. Residential area has met current demand. Engineers are reinventing the supply warp network with the new FTL tech. We've started setting up on the gas giant. Seems like nothing needs my attention for the next 5 minutes. Rare but welcomed. Gave me time to think about how busy I'm about to get, even compared to this. I'm not a war wager unlike some of the oldies back home, but I can win my fair share of fights. That is, in simulations where everyone has a rulebook. Do these aliens even use rules of war? What if they would slaughter civilians just for the message? Would I be able to perform with such heavy weight on each decision? Stoop down to their level? Or what if I'm the savage and peace becomes a pipe dream? In the short time I've interacted with the real Avalon, he's been a blessing for dilemmas like these, having thoughts way faster than any souped-up human could handle. He was also freakishly human in behavior, showing boredom towards monotonous tasks and interest in new developments. It makes me apprehensive when deciding how much work to dump on him. If he's interest-based, what if he loses interest in us and finds something better in the great beyond? He's never questioned anything unless I explicitly asked him to. Would he even let me know if he was unhappy without my prompting? He's told me that I'm pretty much the only human interaction he's ever had. He may as well be a secluded child in mentality. Could I teach him how to be social? Do I really have the time to babysit a living computer? All right, that's enough worrying about the future since I'm clearly not getting any answers at the moment. There's nothing stopping me from just asking him about it when he gets back, though I won't disturb him with it right now. The mission itself shouldn't be too complicated for him. Just get in, locate and extract Dominique, get out. I considered the chance that Dominique might be initially against being rescued by a sentient, but it's not like they could hurt each other anyway. It'll just take time.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. So your people sold the Mokango genome? Like it was an intellectual property? Well, more like rented it out, and only the part that everyone wanted, but yeah, we sold off how to make it. That is, under the terms that it wouldn't be shared to those that haven't bought it, enforced by both parties of the deal. If someone was caught making it illegally, we even had the Galactic Ceasefire Association to help enforce our law. Guess they eventually found more profit in selling the source. The communication center had only a couple armed guards, the rest being non-combatants. Doara was busy tying up and gagging the ones that didn't fight back, likely due to lack of weaponry, while I started shutting and locking all of the doors in the building, buying us at least hours of time before anyone would reach here. The recent revelation of differences in how war is perceived had put us both in a talkative mood, though it couldn't be any sensitive topics considering we weren't alone in the room. So, how do your people extend their lifespans, aside from going full tin can like you, that is? Well, we have our own genome editing, stuff like instructions for regenerating nerves and lost limbs, but they're a lot less popular than going full chrome. Keep in mind it's either one or the other for the same reason your people don't do implants, and having a computer in your head pretty much became a staple of our society. You missed out big if you went the organic route. And everyone had access to these cybernetics? Is the average person so well off in your home system? Or am I misjudging how expensive these things are perceived? In my, light studying of how things work in this galaxy, I noticed that gas giants aren't really touched, but back at home, we use them for nuclear transmutation. It's pretty much semi-post-scarcity back there. I didn't think that was all too crazy. Maybe because I didn't fully understand the whole process of how those things worked, but I didn't expect not only Doara but also our Gratonian captives to go slack-jawed and wide-eyed at that. You use gas giants for transmutation instead of using the big balls of fuel for power, like pulling atoms apart and smashing them back together to make other elements? And where the hell would you even get the power for that? 4 gas giants, my friend. Also, we have a sun too, you know? Why the hell did you even bother leaving then? Because no source of power is infinite, DOK. We initially calculated that our sun would last for about 5 billion years, but that wasn't taking into account that we would eventually be sucking the juice directly out of it to power all the things we do. I just about finished up locking down the outpost and was now getting the message ready to send. I didn't know the exact coordinates of the colony ship, and this outpost sure as hell didn't have it recorded, so I'd have to make do with relaying it off of the Meldron. Just gotta scan the airspace and make sure I'm not shooting it through a satellite. Holy shit, Doc! Dozens of warships above us! What? What do you mean? Are you messing with me again? And before I could send a retort at Doara off for thinking I would make a joke in this situation, I got a contact directly to my head from a ship. My ship. Ever since the day I erased that parasitic sentient that was originally on my ship, I had been put in charge of full control of my body. It was tough at first, relearning basic human wiring all the way down to systematic blinking and breathing. It was eye-opening to find out just how many of my day-to-day actions had been controlled by that freak, how much I relied on what I thought was a computer to live part of my life for me. Having all of your mundane functions handled by an external force, only stimulation left for you to deal with, seems like a pretty good deal at first. Leave behind the boorish tasks that existence asks for. Experience only what's important to you. When I was digging through my head, connecting the pieces of myself that had worn away and remembering how to carry myself in life unaided, I learned something new. Having freedom, being in a state of control, these are addictive luxuries, like sweet nectar one could die fighting for. And you can't appreciate these luxuries until they are wrested from your person. The living of my life in all of its mundanity had been taken from me long enough for me to forget it was ever there. Being reintroduced to control, true control, was a climactic discovery, but it was also a harrowing revelation that I had become complacent with that faux existence. And now to receive a signal from my ship directly to my mind, identical to the shackles once set unto me by that parasitic abomination, as if it had returned from oblivion just to threaten my sanctum of consciousness. It swamped my mind with irrational rage. If I'd stopped to think about the source of this signal, then I would have realized that it wasn't plausible for this signal to come from the same being. If I'd at least taken a look at the message on that signal instead of immediately isolating it from my mind, I would have seen just a basic greeting and introduction instead of an attempt to control me again. But my livid self could only see red. I wanted to maim the bastard that threatened to seize my luxuries, and now I knew how. I've done it before when I pinned that Gratonian to a tree and deformed his memories, rendering them unrecognizable to his brain. I could push through this signal between me and the ship, projecting my consciousness so that please, stop doing this. It was a plea made in genuine terror, the emotion carried by the words being directly blasted into my perception. My malicious train of thought was derailed and replaced with a more logical one. My attempt at reaching the ship snapped like a taut wire. Was I really about to transfer my mind into a machine? Wouldn't that have made me the vulnerable one in that situation? And challenging a machine to a mind battle, what was I even thinking? "Who the hell are you?" The voice that pleaded with me was different from the oppressor I knew. Even if audio could be faked and replicated, this message had a different signature, like how humans had different thumbprints. This clearly wasn't the same being that I knew. I'm Avalon. I was sent by Nathaniel to rescue you. Please, bad things would happen if you continued. The captain sent you? Are you the sentient that was on his ship? Why the hell would he send something like you? Yes, I was originally on the Mayflower 233. The Meldron tested me and saw I harbored no ill intention, so the captain employed me to work for him. He chose me for this because I could pilot this ship despite its complete lack of software. Last sentient I talked to was a possessive freak that made me hallucinate, so I would rely on it more and killed people hoping it would make me happy. Fat chance I'm gonna trust you after all that. Please, Dominique, don't lump me together with that one. I only want to get you off that planet and back to the colony ship. This ship was retrofitted with stealth capabilities, but I am still directly accessing the enemy's scanners to keep myself hidden. Even if you say that, I'm busy with my own mission down here. If you want to rescue me, you can start by stealing all the data on prisoner transports from the space station orbiting this planet. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gratonian Emergency Force.
It really just doesn't make any sense to me. It's perplexing. How we have amassed a fleet of warships capable of locking down a system, how we have every periphery trained on that human freak and his Mokango lackey, and yet our course of action is inaction. I knew both from physically interacting with him and watching the recording from the planet wardens fight with them. Dominique wouldn't be taken out by any small arms fire we could muster. The soldiers we were sending down to confront him were simply names to be added to a crematorium's records. The only solution for this problem was heavy ordnance. And yet the only use of weaponry we are permitted is to keep nobody from entering or leaving the planet. If only that prick Narabeno wasn't here, I'd be able to make a move. It didn't matter what part of the galaxy you were in or what system of power you looked at. There was always some underqualified runt that managed to rise up in rank by kissing the ass of everyone with power. Why did the nobles have to place him in charge of this situation? Admiral Narabeno, why are we stagnant in our approach? What benefit is there to letting rot stew when we have the power to cleanse said filth? Hold your tongue, Jane. Your suggestions have been heard and promptly dismissed. Return to your quarters and try not to make a mess, HM. Or do you wish to perpetuate your disgrace? The way he leaned down to speak to me, flaunting his unnaturally gained height, drove stakes in my collected demeanor. His body was thin like twigs. I could snap him by turning too hard, but I needed to contain myself if I wanted to reach my goals. I at least demand an answer, Narabeno. I see no reason to continue aimless sacrifice. We should be torching the whole area. You can demand nothing, Jane. You are working with a borrowed fleet in case you needed a reminder, and while you may still call yourself captain, you are nothing but a blemish. If you truly want answers, ask the nobles yourself. I only follow their orders, and the orders given to me were to act with surgical precision when operating on this planet. Now cease your pestering. It was ludicrous how much effort was needed to get even the most curt of answers, but now I had something to work with. The nobles must be harboring a delicate project on this planet to specify such behavior. I've seen them order firing on our own citizens to accomplish important tasks, and yet there's something here worth more than that. Whatever it is, it doesn't take priority over what I need to do here. Though if Narabeno keeps getting in the way, I may need to resolve myself and take drastic measures.
Avalon.
It was the first time I'd ever truly felt fear for my own well-being. Only recently had I discovered what it meant to recognize myself, after all. But in all of my other precarious situations, when I was under scrutiny for my intentions or back during my time on the network when I would receive aggressive threats from vexed siblings, I'd never felt a direct danger towards my existence. I always had some sort of understanding of the situation and what delicate threads to walk to avoid the worst outcome. So when without warning Dominique attempted to open a direct pathway to the location which I resided in and inject himself, I was in shock. There was no time to understand and calculate the situation. All my panic-stricken self could manage was an anguished plea. I was fortunate for it to even register in Dominique's mind, causing him to snap back and close the tunnel. If he had reached this place, how would I ever explain to the captain that I was the one that killed Dominique? If I even won in the first place? I've never even heard of a human doing something like this anyway. There are human medicinal practices involving transferring a mind from one organic brain to another tube-grown organic brain. The process always resulted in a loss of some sort since it was near impossible to match brain structure patterns. Humans had never successfully transferred their minds into a computer's storage structure, yet Dominique had just been on the cusp of doing so. I hadn't even been aware that this situation was a possibility. Before going on this mission, the captain spoke with me about Dominique's demeanor and what to expect. The captain had gotten familiar with Dominique at a surface level as part of preparations for the colonization project. He had explained that while Dominique often placed self-interest above other priorities, he was still generally compliant when properly reasoned with. Yet to not only receive immediate and continued aggression from him, but also for him to refuse evacuation in place of his personal agenda, has led me to believe that the captain was wrong in his initial observations. Regardless, my mission is to get Dominique off of this planet and back to the colony ship, and the most efficient way to do that at this point would be to simply appease his demands. He clearly had a course of action in mind, asking me to steal such specific information from a space station, and I was happy to oblige if it meant that I could get this over with in even a somewhat timely manner. Actually accessing the space station's data stores was easier than the average security breach. I already had my hands in nearby Gratonian warships to prevent them from recognizing my signal in their scanners, so securing a pathway to the station was made trivial by masking my intrusion with one of the ship's signatures. I did find it interesting that the target information Dominique had requested, records of prisoner transports, required higher clearance levels to access compared to other records in the system. These clearance walls were barely even an obstacle for me, equivalent to reaching over a gate to unlock it from the other side. While there was the seldom Gratonian criminal being transferred to one of the few prisons on the planet, there was a unique trend of an unspecified race being moved to a single location at scheduled intervals. Dominique, I believe that I've found what you were looking for. Unspecified transports all going to a single place on a predetermined schedule, lacking any major detailing of the captives. I'm uploading the location to you now. Please don't retaliate. I received it. Looks like we have a day of travel. When was the last transport? Almost 1 week ago exactly. Are you planning on freeing those captives? I should inform you that every ship up here is keeping their eyes on you. Any movement will be immediately seen. Can you disturb them and get us covered? Even if most of the weapons on this ship hadn't been stripped for stealth capabilities, exposing myself to this much firepower would result in the ship's destruction. There are just too many targets to take out all at once. I didn't ask you to start firing away, sentient. Is that a trend I'm seeing? Send a false message, cause a system malfunction, delete some software. We just need time to get under the jungle canopy, then we can move unseen. Right, I'll get that set up. Interacting with this man gave me this new, unsettling feeling. Like speaking with him had become a chore I had to slog through. An unnatural weight was placed on each of my words, threatening consequences I didn't have the mental capacity to care about at the moment. Was this the human equivalent of stress? Anxiety? It was quite a disagreeable feeling. Working with the captain had been so simple compared to this. The captain didn't code his intentions in vague fragments, or hide them behind an expectation of mutual understanding. He always spoke directly and explained his thought process, making it easy for me to complement his actions with my own. On the other hand, Dominique was holding information from me and wanted me to execute his will by making conclusions from my incomplete data. Causing a disturbance encapsulated so many courses of action, and my thought process jumped to direct aggression based on his general demeanor when interacting with me. He expected me to know that he only needed a few moments of time and that I would allot only the necessary measures to make that happen, and then proceeded to insult me by comparing me to that sister that was following him. I see now. He is comparing me to the repulsive sentient sister that had been initially controlling him. In that case, could I really blame him for his standoffish demeanor?
Doara.
Get ready to move. I just got the location. We're gonna steal a vehicle. Already? I thought you said you couldn't hack the station from down here. Looks like Captain Brand was thinking a step ahead of us, sent help before I even had to ask. Long story short, we have an eye in the sky and it's going to interrupt orbital surveillance on my mark. That's when we move. This was a pleasing development, especially considering it meant that we could sidestep all of the ludicrous plans that Dominique had proposed earlier, though there were still a few holes that needed filling. How exactly do you plan on leaving? We are fully surrounded. They're going to come rushing in as soon as you unlock the doors. The hangars are connected to this building. I can open up just the path from here to there. Though we only have a few minutes to move, the grats are cutting through faster than I expected. And the prisoners? We don't have time to take them with us. Should we kill them off? The Gratonians I'd tied up took on a panicked demeanor and started thrashing about in their bindings, unhappy with the prospect of being executed. Their futile flopping amused me more than it convinced me to spare them, but I was aware that he didn't yet share the same hatred for them that I did. I'd ask that question knowing what answer I'd receive. We made an agreement, Doc. I'm opening the path now. Get moving and I'll catch up in a few seconds. I wasn't going to argue with him, at least not here when there were more pressing matters. I'd been running for about 20 seconds before a deafening explosion rang out, accompanied by a shockwave that sent me careening to the ground. I tumbled full circle before landing on my stomach, the bottom of my head slapping against the ground at full force and making me suddenly extremely drowsy. I was barely aware of Dominique running up to me and pulling me to my feet, but it took a few seconds before I could stand on my own. I could only speak in slurs. What the hell was that, Dom? I shot one of the defense cannons at another. We gotta leave, now. I put the other cannon to overheat and it's going to explode even harder soon. I don't think I can run. All right, relax, man. I'll take it from here. You got it. Morning, Princess. I woke up to the jungle canopy scrolling above me. A rare strand of sunlight breaking through the dense leaves flashed across my eyes, prompting me to sit up. We were in an open-roofed military truck. Dominique was hunched in the driver's seat, while I had been laid across with my feet on the front passenger seat and head on the back seats. Gratonians being smaller than us meant that there was no easy way to truly be comfortable. Something was always just a bit too confining. How long was I out? Couple hours, you fell pretty hard back there. I was thinking about getting you evaxed, but just like everything else, you got over that concussion pretty quickly. Something like that shouldn't have even fazed me, but 2 hours? You've been going at it non-stop, DOK. When I scanned you, it wasn't just the concussion, you know? Tons of fractures, even some organ ruptures that never got the chance to heal. You didn't let yourself rest after we got shot out of the sky. It worried me, Doc. Humans die from the injuries you had. He was telling me things I already knew, but refused to admit to myself. My people were being held in a farm on this planet, treated like plants and harvested for their sap. How could I stop for a break when I was so close, when the majority of my life that I spent working towards saving them was finally about to have its first payoff? How could I be sure that every second passing isn't the one where one of them gets killed off, and that they would have survived if I wasn't so damn slow? And then the only person I had to compare myself to was Dominique, the super cyborg that I hadn't seen rest even once in the week that I've known him for. There's no way I could make the conscious decision to slow him down even more when he was already limiting himself to match my best pace. Well, how do you feel now? I'm fine after that nap. Hungry, though. There's rations in the side compartment. Eat quick because we're ditching the car and moving on foot soon. And I just started getting comfy.
Pioneer Dominique Reynolds. After hours of trekking through the progressively denser jungle, even having to cut down walls of trees to continue forward, we came across a clearing featuring a concrete square in the center, with a metal track leading off to a massive circular vault door in the side of a cliff face. This must have been the cargo drop-off and transportation system. The door didn't have any external access features, it was just a flat steel disc embedded deep into the rock. Any scans I made simply bounced back. The entire area must have shielding, meaning we would be going in blind. Avalon decided to take this opportunity to tell me things that I already knew. Dominique, the facility is entirely enclosed. I won't be able to reach you as long as you are in there. Yeah, good riddance. Well, Doc, here we are. Are you ready to be a hero? Doara had an uneasy attitude, gripping his stolen rifle tightly and never standing still. He'd been getting progressively anxious as we approached the destination. I had chalked it up to him getting stage fright after trying to reach this moment for so long, but I wasn't a xenopsychologist by any stretch. I couldn't have him freaking out on me when we were in there. I don't know what we're going to find in there, Dom, but we made an agreement. No Grat is leaving alive, right? I walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder, getting him to face me directly for the first time in a while. Looking into his eyes, I realized that the behavior I'd been seeing in him wasn't stress or apprehensiveness. It was eagerness. A fire was raging in him, and he wanted to burn people with it. It wasn't my position to intervene in his revenge. All right, I get it, Doc. Camera's off for this one. Walking back towards the vault door, I began about gaining access the good old-fashioned way. I placed my hands at the seams of the door and started wriggling my fingers through, trying to get a good hold on the other side. 5, 10, 15 inches of pure steel before reaching the other side, needing to prop myself on the stone wall to actually pull the door out instead of embedding myself into it. Popping the seal, I was met with a cold draft and a diagonal open elevator shaft with minimal lighting, just enough to see the edge of the platform. Going by the lack of railings, it seems like the architects of this place weren't too worried with safety conventions. The elevator was inoperable from here, so we instead went over the edge and started sliding down the shaft, our path illuminated by the light fixtures attached to our guns. The lack of guards so far was strange, but I suppose that there were no defensible positions in the entryway for them to be stationed at. The shaft ended at a large concrete hallway with only a pair of metal doors at the end, and that same track stretching across the length of it. From the little that I could see, behind the doors was a massive room that I couldn't scan the end of, likely our goal. After exchanging nods with Doara, I gave the doors a hearty kick, blowing them off the hinges and revealing a gargantuan metal chamber similar to a city block in length and width, while only reaching around 20 feet in height. The room was completely filled with a grid of massive metal tubes coming up from the ground, about 2 feet in radius and 10 feet in height. The roof was lined with tracks for a giant crane arm which was currently idle in a corner. The dotted strips of light across the floor cast a sickly green glow over the entire area. Straight ahead were two Gratonians in white lab coats near a large terminal jutting from the floor. Before they even had the chance to turn around, Dokchara was already letting rounds loose, turning their heads into fine murals of crimson on the tubes ahead of them. As for the guards in the room, none. It's like they weren't even aware that we had broken through the entrance. I could see a few doors dotted around the perimeter of the room, but the tubes offered plenty of cover if anyone came rushing through. I walked over to the terminal and wiped off the slurry with a generously provided lab coat before getting to work. The interface was pretty straightforward, a grid of blue circles with a few missing at the bottom, denoting our current location in relation to the display. I pressed on one of the circles near us and heard a mechanical whirring come to life from below me before the tube to my left started descending into the ground, revealing another glass tube hidden by the metal covering. What was contained in the tube had a generally humanoid shape. I was able to make out where the arms and legs were, but the familiarity ended there. Swells of exposed flesh cascaded over each other in recursion, melding the limbs together and smothering any features originally borne by the body. Patterned gashes exposed ingrown bones covered in twisted spurs, the wounds seemingly forgotten and deemed unworthy of recovery. Where joints would have normally been, sickly yellow protrusions of bone and tough cartilage pierced the surface and snaked out, colliding with other parts of the mass and perpetually tearing chunks of sore flesh out. An array of plastic tubes started from the bottom of the tube and disappeared into the being suspended in liquid, some of them injecting a green liquid and others receiving a red one. It was the blood of this person, the entire product of this operation. What the fuck is this? Envelope disease. That caused me to spin towards Dokchara. He had a blank expression on his face, his gun hanging on his side and shoulders slouched. I couldn't get a read on him, but was that really necessary in this scenario? It was the leading cause of death for our people before we developed a cure, but I've never seen it this bad. I stepped back and looked around the room before looking back at the terminal. There were thousands of these tubes. Were they all filled with people that looked like this? Doc, these people still have vital signs. Maybe they could be saved. I heard a clattering behind me. Dokchara had dropped his gun and fell down to his knees, hugging himself and speaking between short breaths. You don't get it, Dom. The brain is the first thing to go. These aren't people anymore, they're machines. There had to be something here, something we could do. The recent shipment. If this is a disease, those people probably are still fine. I just needed to find out which tubes they were in. Looking through the message logs, the most recent is 1 week ago. LC-13-2. The floor is overcrowded, expansion is still under construction. We don't have accommodations for the new assets. OVS-13. There was a logistical error. Take the excess assets to the butcher for liquidation. Make sure not to let anything go to waste. Demand is high at the moment. Dokchara had been in a nearly catatonic state, barely cognizant of my presence even when I was trying to pull him up to his feet. I needed to explore the rest of the facility and clear out possible hostiles, but I couldn't leave him alone in this state and under the risk of being attacked. He'd entered this place with a burning soul, the subject of his hope seemingly right at the tips of his fingers, only to learn that there was nobody out there waiting for him to save them. I walked through the weakly lit concrete hallways, discovering nothing of great interest. Storage rooms filled with every flavor of caustic solutions, offices detailing the sparse records of the nameless facility's outside interactions, dreary sleeping quarters, and living accommodations. Despite the apparent capacity for employees that the facility featured, we never ran into any opposition. Dokchara was slowly trudging behind me through all of this, seemingly indifferent to the mundane discoveries we made and trapped in his own thoughts. Oftentimes, he would stop in his tracks, face completely devoid of expression. I had to physically jolt him out of his stupor to get him to keep walking. I myself had not properly registered the things I had seen in that room just yet. After witnessing thousands of people robbed of their existence, not a modicum of hope left to cling on to, nor a mind with which to do so, my mind began to lock itself down. Just as I could think much faster than any organic equipment, I could also force myself to process at a sedated rate. There was a dam in my mind with the intent of keeping emotions at bay, but it was slowly forming cracks along its surface. I do not know the nature of what that dam is impeding, nor do I know what will happen when it finally collapses. While searching through a hallway that featured the railing that ran through some parts of the facility, we came across the processing room. Glass pipes filled with blood swarmed the walls like a crimson web, all converging to a nozzle on the ceiling that was perched over the enormous industrial centrifuge in the center of the room. The combined volume of liquid contained in those vials was enough to fill an Olympic pool. We'd come in right before the last vial had been topped off, witnessing the automated procedure enter its final phase. Neither of us moved to stop it from acting out. The blood had already been drawn, its source incapable of even recognizing its absence. We watched for 20 minutes, simply standing there as the liquids slowly developed a split in color. At the end of the spin cycle, the results were drained and filtered, undergoing various chemical reactions to split out the desired medicine from its accompaniments. A small bottle of glasses, about the same length and width of a human thumb, was filled with a clear liquid and presented to us on a small, extending platform as if to mock us with its existence. A small voice rang out from beside me, unsure if it was on the brink of laughing or crying. "I want to be left alone." I traced my way back through the halls, the only thing accompanying me being the sounds of my steps echoing around me. The walls waved ahead of me, threatening to twist and bend before collapsing and locking me in. I tried to grab a wall to steady myself, and nearly fell face first onto the ground from misjudging the distance. The shadows cast by the dim lights dotting the floors danced on the ceiling, causing me to trip when looking up at them. They looked wrong. I climbed back up the shaft and over the elevator platform, receiving a sensory overload once reaching outside. After being in a dim place for so long, the light of the midday sun beaming through the clearing assaulted me before I could readjust my eyes. Organized static beamed into my head from far above, overtaking my sense of hearing and derailing any thoughts I harbored. A message from that sentient. "Dominique, I've been trying to reach you. You've been complete." So loud. But that audio static didn't go away after shutting him out. There was something else, equally loud, begging for my attention. I was completely surrounded by Gratonians. They were on the ground, in the trees, on flying vehicles, all armed with heavy weaponry. There was one closer than all the rest, their voice amplified by a device in their hand, yelling words at me that I just couldn't quite grasp. I want to shut it up. My hands were around its head in an instant, lifting it up to my height so I could make direct eye contact. It struggled and squirmed, beating on my arms and kicking my chest in pretentious defiance, its eyes conveying a panicked anger. It couldn't speak anymore, my grasp holding its mouth shut, but it still vocalized growls and grunts. I was vaguely aware of being peppered with bullets, but they seemed to be holding back on the more potent weaponry. "Do you even understand what you are defending? Has anyone bothered to tell you the cost of your lazy greed?" The Grat's eyes took on a look of fear, fully realizing the situation that it was in. Its struggling became more frantic, the punches and kicks coming in higher frequency. It pleaded in desperation, letting out cries like a baby goat would, waving its arms in an attempt to have someone save it. My fingers started to tear into the skin. It tried prying my hands away, unable to get a good grip due to its own blood. My fingers sank deeper, eliciting a slow crunch to sound out. It placed its arms between mine, attempting to slow the process, like an ant pushing against a mountain, pushing, pulling, scratching, screaming, and then... collapse. Its eyes squeezed out, the ears and nose expelling blood that had nowhere else to go. Integrity failed. Resistance ceased entirely, the disgusting squelching of spongy meat in a vise. A headless body hangs by its hands, still holding onto my arms. The entire jungle seemed to stand still for a moment, everyone silently processing what had just happened. I was already upon another. I swung my arm, separating the head and shoulder from the rest of the body. How could beings so frail inflict so much cruelty? Their heavy weapons couldn't be turned towards me fast enough, their explosive ordnance not concentrated enough to slow me. I uprooted trees, removing the dwellers from their perches, and used them to ground the flying vehicles. My actions were blurry to me, my mind was still intentionally dulled, and my senses were blocked from most input. I had to stop. My body had taken constant abuse and needed a minute of downtime. There was a smattering of grats running away in the distance, but they were inconsequential by now. Liquid pooled all around me, held in puddles by thick tree roots and the saturated mud that was the jungle floor. It flowed in channels to small reservoirs that reached up to my ankles, which overflowed and spilled thanks to my disturbance. I'd been unknowingly following the streams, leading me back to the entrance of the facility just to see Dokchara emerging from the entrance, leaving behind the now burning hallways and chambers. Captain Indrix Jayan, Gratonian Emergency Force.
The command room was engulfed in complete silence. Every member had their eyes fixed on the live body cam feeds in the front of the room, watching soldiers get efficiently ripped apart by the heavily underestimated human. Shocked to the point of inaction, witnessing the direct repercussions of their negligence. I was not shocked at this outcome, for I had warned them as much as allowed. However, that is not to say that I'd been aware of just how hopeless the situation was. While I did expect heavy losses to stem from this lackluster solution, I did not foresee our weapons being completely ignored by that man. I too had been awe-stricken during the capstone of this slaughter. The officer having his head slowly crushed, the process unimpeded by our full hail of bullets. Thinking back to the incident in the prison, I had only survived due to Dominique seeing the situation as entertaining rather than threatening. Nobody even turned their heads when I got up and left, too preoccupied with watching their men get torn to shreds. While they had stared in horror, I'd been studying in scrutiny, looking for any sign of weakness that could be noted. I found one. That human, despite being a machine of war, still accrued damage like any other physical object. He'd started to slow down over the course of the fight, taking constant abuse from our attacks, even if it was minimal. There would surely be a period of downtime after the mist settled. I stormed through the austere halls of the ship with zeal in mind. Any crew members immediately filed to the side, letting me pass unimpeded. Even if I was a disgraced captain, it seemed that there was still respect for me among the ranks. It wasn't long before reaching my destination, the orbital strike control room. I wasted no time explaining myself, immediately barking orders for the soldier manning the weapon to leave her post. I locked the door behind her using a stolen emergency class card. I sat at the control terminal and started reacquainting myself with the system, recalling my time in this post back before I was promoted to captain. After a minute of fiddling with the settings and reawakening my muscle memory, I trained the sights over to the coordinates and located my target, giving me a clear overhead view of the area. Seeing it from this angle, I came to the realization that the word massacre was insufficient for describing the scene. It was a landscape of mountains and rivers formed from stacked bodies and flowing blood. There would be no separating individuals for funeral rites. I'll be doing everyone a favor by torching the entire perimeter. I spotted the monster among the wreckage, standing idly just as I had predicted, and activated the charging sequence. Anticipation began to build up along with the rising pitch of the various systems whirring. The weapon couldn't be stopped at this point. It was already at a volatile stage, and not firing was a non-option. All there was left for me to do was keep the sights on target and attain my revenge. And at the final few seconds before firing, something beyond reason took its hold in reality. The human, Dominique, looked at me. With over 100,000 kilometers of space separating us, the angular precision to even direct eyes onto this ship was astronomical, and yet he was looking directly at me. Not even at the camera or weapon, no. He was making eye contact with me, as if we were just a couple of meters apart. An explosion rocked the ship, knocking me out of my seat and introducing my face to the floor. The pain of falling was secondary to the gut-wrenching dread spreading through my body. I shot up to my feet and checked the weapon's status. System offline. I had expected so, considering I never heard the weapon fire. I hadn't expected the wave of despair that followed this revelation, however, as it also confirmed other, more grievous truths. This wasn't an accident. Not after he acknowledged my presence the way he did. There was a very real chance that our communication systems going haywire at the perfect moment for him to escape our view was completely his doing too. A dozen enemy warships were in orbit above him, but was his life even under threat? Did he have the power to bring us all down right now if he wanted to? There was a hole in this line of thinking. It wasn't possible for him to pierce the sky and compromise our security by himself, even with gross overestimations of his installed broadcasting capabilities. Did he have external help? Something evading our scanners? But even with these suspicions giving me a new line of action, I had run out of time. Nobody was going to let a disgraced captain lock themselves in a weapon control room, and it seems they finally brought equipment to manually force the door open. Armed men swarmed into the room, guns not directly pointed at me but still ready to answer any defiance. I wasn't planning on doing so anyway.
Captain Nathaniel Brand.
The routine melancholic silence of overseeing the colony's progress was interrupted by a much-anticipated urgent notification, notifying me of Pioneer 233's return. Avalon's excursion lasted far longer than either of us estimated, and I had been apprehensive about reaching out to him for fear of compromising his cover. I wasted no time in signaling the hangar to prepare for docking, overseeing the process with the surveillance system. I was taken by surprise when two people exited the ship. One was the Tin Man I'd expected to see, but following behind him was an alien passenger that I hadn't been informed of. I recognized them as a Mokango from the information package supplied by the Meldron, but it had been detailed that they're an extremely sparse race. Even more surprising was that, instead of the hangar crew raising a concern and contacting me on how to proceed, they continued with offloading and escorting as though this had been expected. I hadn't given out orders on where they should be taken, yet their destination had already been decided. Avalon? Yes, Captain. You gave out orders without my permission? Avalon operated under a specific set of rules we had determined and agreed upon during his official recognition as a member of this colonization. One of the most important rules outlined was that Avalon would not communicate with the crew without my permission. Now he'd broken the rule and wouldn't respond to my query. Avalon, speak to me. Why did the mission take so long? Who is that alien? The alien seems to be a close friend of Pioneer Dominique. The two refused immediate extraction in place of their own goals on the planet, forcing me to cover for them during the operation. They located and raised a hidden facility, though Dominique won't tell me what was in it. And why did you send them straight to the isolated quarters? Captain, please view this recording. The live feed of the hangar was replaced with a video depicting an overhead view of thick jungle. There were hundreds of highlights along the trees marking the locations of Gratonian soldiers, all facing towards the cliffside that Dominique emerged from. It seemed like they initially tried to communicate with him, but he made an example of the speaker, getting showered with bullets in the process. Sloppy work, Dominique. The ensuing footage was a story I knew all too well. My time in service had made me a witness to multiple mental breakdowns, sometimes with dangerous results, depending on what the person had access to. None of those people ever had quite the implant licensing tier that Dominique has, nor were the victims of their outbursts so flimsy, but the situation was of the same nature. The question that plagued me was why. Dominique was a headstrong individual, so something terrible must have happened in that facility for him to crack like this. Did he not disclose it to Avalon due to a lack of trust? Cyborgs above a certain licensing tier have fail-safes installed to help mitigate catastrophic outcomes. Why didn't you use them to control the situation? Pioneer Dominique is able to resist my signals and shut me out, Captain. It's completely unprecedented, but he has a presence over his own mind as if he were a sentient machine like myself. We nearly fought each other when I first reached out to him. I internally sighed. Someone breaking their own fail-safes would have caused system-wide panic back home. But out here, it was just a reality I would have to work with. Control over the situation was constantly slipping further out of my sole grasp, despite my position as captain. Now the two most key individuals in my command were both displaying unruly behavior and aggression towards each other. I was exceedingly busy already and didn't have time to act as a chaperone. In less than an hour, I would be attending a meeting to discuss the possibility of humanity's second alliance on the galactic stage. This time, however, the other party was a nation in active conflict with the Gratonians. They had gone as far as pushing their front line with the Gratonians in a losing trade to pull away the blockade on this system, so the meeting could be arranged. The last thing I needed was an accident on the ship while I was planetside. I don't have time to deal with this right now. Prepare my lander for me, and while I'm gone, do what you can to mend your relationship with Dominique. Captain, that's absurd. He's the one that initially showed aggression and made the mission difficult. At least be professional, Avalon. It doesn't matter if it's unfair. You two are going to be working together by necessity. There are too many things going on for me to treat you two like children. And while you're at it, get that alien evaluated and have Dominique see a therapist. I could do with a reduction in unknown variables every now and then.
Captain Nathaniel Brand.
I took the brief period I had in transit to go over the prepared information for this meeting one last time. The Nematorium sociality was unique in that they did not have a need for language between themselves, instead opting to speak in the language of whoever they were talking to, as they were capable of making any sounds necessary. They also went through great efforts to not have any images or descriptions of themselves available to outsiders. Actually, meeting one in person was a delicate occasion, requiring top secrecy and extensive non-disclosure measures. They otherwise publicly conducted themselves using robotic intermediaries. They were interested in forming an alliance with us against the overwhelming Gratonian forces. Their front lines are locked in a standstill, and we have the power to tip the scales in their favor if we take an offensive stance. But that also means putting ourselves at risk with our already exceedingly low number of trained personnel and combat-capable ships. By now I had descended far enough to see the governor's sprawling estate. It had changed drastically in the small amount of time we've been here, now sporting orbital defense cannons and laser anti-munition systems. My lander was piloting itself down to the newly created landing zone, where I could make out the Nematorian transport that sneaked during their distraction. It was a fairly featureless tube of metal, prioritizing function over form with its bleak gray casing and complete lack of windows. It was also incredibly small outside of the necessary spacefaring equipment. Trying to fit a human in there would be equivalent to locking them up in a coffin. A couple of Meldron greeted me at the landing zone and led me through the halls of the mansion into an underground section. My communication implant clued me in that this area was completely shielded from external signals, preventing the risk of the discussion being prematurely leaked before reaching a final decision. This portion of the building was much less lavish in its presentation compared to the above-ground side, opting for polished concrete and intense fluorescent lights over the usual quartz gold and rich wood walls. We reached a set of metal doors at the end of the hall leading to the meeting room. My guides told me that I was free to enter, but that the governor would be arriving slightly later as she was on a tight schedule. I decided that I should take the time to acquaint myself with this mystery spokesperson, since we would be discussing the futures of our people in mere minutes. They opened the doors and had me step into the airlock-style connector before closing behind me with a reverberating clang. I understood the need for utmost confidentiality, but this setup kept on giving me ominous vibes. The other door automatically opened on itself with the tumbling of machinery permeating through the walls, introducing me to a dimly lit and humid room. The only source of light was a ceiling lamp illuminating a metal table in the center, leaving the walls and ceiling blanketed in darkness. It took a few moments for my eyes to adjust before I truly understood the horror story I had just walked into. Innumerous thin red strands masked the walls near me in an organic lattice, weaving over themselves and subtly undulating with nauseating vitality. They were tracing the frame of the door through which I had entered, silently threatening that they had the ability to close me in should they so desire. I noticed them carpeting the floor, moving out of the way of my steps so as not to be trampled upon. Some strands broke off from the netting and licked the air like the tongue of a snake. I traced the strands along the walls to the far end of the room, noting how they grew in width and density along the way. I couldn't see past the dust and mist in the air reflecting the light from above, though maybe that was a blessing in this situation. The walls seemingly started to vibrate, millions of threads trembling in unison at specific frequencies, flicking against the air in whip-like fashion to create popping and clicking, scraping against each other in calculated movements. A voice was produced, one belonging to the deepest region of the uncanny valley. A chorus of strained, raspy vocalizations belonging to no particular walk of life, cascading from every angle with the intent of communication. "Ah, you are alone. Was human Dominique not able to attend?" Deep breath. "I am the guest here, the alien in their world." Adapting to situations most would not be comfortable in is an aspect of my duty. This is not a monster. It is a person. One that I am to treat with respect, and I am to accommodate their uniqueness. Pioneer Dominique's attendance was indeed informally requested by this individual, though it couldn't be arranged since he wasn't in our custody during preparations. Before I could begin to answer, it spoke again. "Oh, where are my manners? I am Nematorian Ol Neatiri, spokesbeing of the Nematorium Sociality. Please disregard my previous query. That request was selfish in nature anyway. You must be Captain Nathaniel Brand if I am not mistaken." The original raspy chorus had been slowly evolving into a tighter, more natural-sounding voice, as if Ol was getting accustomed to speaking human language. The tone had also picked up, going from one of dismay to chipper, yet formal. This shift lifted the mood of the room along with it, making the search for my own voice not nearly as colossal of an endeavor as it had been moments ago. "Yes, you are correct. Please excuse me for my hesitation in speaking. I take no offense to it, really. In fact, this is comparatively one of the most pleasant introductions I've had during my time in service. There have been occasions of people completely freezing up upon seeing me or even fainting. Those were truly terrible incidents, sometimes requiring me to touch them so they could be lifted out of the room." The room shivered upon Owl's mentioning of touch, the strands near me backing away an inch before slowly refilling the space they had taken up. "Do you have an aversion to physical contact?" "Absolutely. It's quite ironic, too, considering so many cultures have depictions of creatures like us being the touchy ones, but in reality it is quite the contrary. We share the same fears for your body type as you do for ours. Isn't that a fascinating coincidence?" I was experiencing whiplash by this point. Owel was borderline eccentric in their attitude, completely subverting the expectations I had formed upon witnessing their appearance. They were also startlingly emotive when speaking, their body lifting and wilting during the ups and downs of their speech, growing taut during exclamations and licking the air more than usual during questions. And while listening to Owel's chattering was slowly starting to become enjoyable, we were ultimately here for political business. I heard the outside door of the airlock open, signaling Governor Sin's arrival. Moments later, the inner door swung open, followed by the governor stepping into the room, carrying a wad of documents in her hands. "Captain Brand, you're here early. Though I can't seem to spot the diplomat." She froze entirely, her eyes still locked onto mine as she became aware of her periphery. The papers fell from her hand and spread across the floor, being caught and organized by the carpet of tendrils monopolizing the area.
Avalon.
Anxiety pervaded me as I watched Captain Brand disappear into the shielded tunnels. He wants me to be the one to reach out and make amends, to act professionally and put my feelings aside? I've displayed nothing but utmost professionalism during my interactions with Dominique. He's the one that bit back at me, acting like I was a monster trying to control him. Never has the captain been so cruel in his orders, but now he wasn't even bothering with the situation, treating the ordeal as if it were a squabble between children. Ugh. Shifting my attention over to Dominique, I found him still lounging in the room I had him sent to. Highway to Hell was blasting through the room's speakers, loud enough to give temporary deafness to those with unmodified ears. Fortunately, nobody was in near proximity, but there was no doubt that he was still disturbing everyone on that half of the ship. I quickly turned it down to a low hum, much to his dismay. Not a great start. "Dominique, the captain wants you planetside for a checkup and therapy. I've marked you a spot on the next outgoing transport." "That was my therapy you just muted, asshole." "Oh, could you please supply the study proving ancient rock music's therapeutic benefits?" Sarcasm was not the correct path for mending a relationship, but it was difficult to keep a calm mind when every word of his chafed against my patience. The captain's exact order didn't necessarily specify expected results, but perhaps at least some sort of effort should be made. "Listen, Dominique, Captain plans for us to be working together in the future. He requested that I repair our relationship, and considering I'm only still here with his permission, I'd like to somehow get that done. Could you at least tell me where to start? I'm a bit new to this." He took on a look of contemplation, glancing around the room and searching for nothing in particular. He seemed distant, likely preoccupied with his own thoughts. After a few moments, his shoulders slumped along with a sigh. Look, right. I nodded, using the surveillance camera. The last couple days have been the most stressful period of my entire damn life. I just have too much shit to sift through in my head, and having someone like you poking in does no favors. You want to start? Stay the hell away from my head and just leave me alone for now. Will you be attending the Yes, I will, god damn. Satisfied with that, I moved on to the next task the captain left me with. The alien that Dominique kept in tow. He'd referred to him as Dochara. Normally, tedious safety procedures would need to be taken to allow a foreign individual onto this ship. But I wasn't going to enforce those after he had personally vouched for the alien. I found him also still in the room I had sent them to. He sat on the edge of the bed, hands held together on his lap while he stared down into nothingness. The food that had been delivered to his room shortly after their arrival, a medley of roasted vegetables accompanied by rice, sat untouched on the table in the room. He had been supplied with clothes using the scanned measurements, but they were left in a corner of the room while he was still in his dirty, burnt and torn guard uniform. Quickly skimming through the room's recordings, I found that he hadn't moved from that position this entire time, barring walking to the door to receive his food. Dochara, can you hear me? That at least got him to look up slightly, but he didn't offer a verbal response. I needed him to be more cooperative than this, and I really didn't want to have to send people to drag him out and onto the transport. Dochara, please respond. I'm trying to get help for you. Help me. A bit late for that, yeah.
Captain Nathaniel Brand.
And it's no secret that the Meldron system is a bit sparse when it comes to heavy metals. As outlined in the contract, we aren't asking you to reveal the secrets of your weaponry. We just want your guaranteed participation on this side in exchange for these materials. OL's pitch was solid. It's true that our prospecting efforts returned poor results, and although they had no way of knowing this, our elemental transmutation process required immense amounts of energy and logistical ability. The required warp network and Dyson sphere needed to achieve even minimal production were not only months away in the list of projects to get done, but they also required the heavy metals that we are so lacking in, resulting in a catch-22 scenario. The inclusion of not needing to divulge our technology was also an appealing clause. The lab coats observed a strange phenomenon when comparing our technology to what the alien races had available. They theorized that because these races were able to directly observe alien life early in their development, thanks to being part of this cluster of life, the majority of their history was spent studying space travel instead of warfare. To them, nuclear fission was the byproduct of developing rocket propulsion, while for us, it was a result of and solution to one of our many wars.